Hello, everyone. My name is Shaggy. I am here to speedrun Raidou Remastered, re-release of a game from back on the PS2. Unlike most SMT games, this one's actually an action RPG instead of being turn-based, so it's quite a bit different. But it still has a lot of the traditional SMT-style gameplay. I'll be playing on Truth Seeker, which is the hardest difficulty, and I will be doing the all case files run, which the case files are basically side quests. So, without further ado, um, we can get started. I'll give countdown. 3, 2, 1, go. All right. So to start with, we are an initiate for the Kuzunoha clan, which is a clan of basically devil summoners. I'll call myself SMT Roulette. We are a candidate for the position of Raidou Kuzunoha, which is basically a warrior title for this group. We're done our training and we have to do the big test, the big exam to see if we're worthy of the title.
I am.
I'm also here, by the way.
Oh yes,
Freedom.
Sorry, I forgot to introduce Frito. My bad.
No worries. But yeah, this is just the game's tutorial. This is a fairly standard action RPG in a couple of ways. Like you have your light attacks, your heavy attacks, and that's kind of the crux of a lot of the gameplay is Raidou. Eventually, we will gain access to a few other skills that we can use, but at least as far as controlling the main character, for most of the run, we're just going to be spamming heavy attacks.
Not quite. So light attacks in this game recover magic, which magic is how your demons do things. You are a devil summoner, so you do get to summon demons in this game. None of Raidou's attacks ever consume any magic, but basically all of your demons' attacks do. So the way you're intended to get it back is by using your light attacks. You also have a gun, which we don't use that much, but it does stun enemies, so enemies that move around fast, it can be good to use the gun against.
Yeah, I guess correction, for these first couple of fights, we're going to mostly be doing our heavy attacks, because your heavy attacks do a lot more damage, which is the trade-off for not regenerating. The resource in this game is called Magnetite. If you're familiar with old-school SMT games, Magnetite is a resource that's a little different in this game than it is in those. In those, it's sort of like your summoning tax for demons. As you move around, you drain Magnetite. It's meant to discourage you from just running around with like a full party of demons all the time. Here, like Shaggy said, it's basically just your mana bar. Demons using abilities cost Magnetite. You regenerate Magnetite by using light attacks. Here we're getting introduced to signs. These are basically Raidou's spells that he has access to. Rather than draining Magnetite, your signs just are all on a cooldown. We'll get access to several different abilities over the course of the game that we'll be using quite a bit. Some of the super useful ones we'll be using, especially early on, that still see use throughout basically the whole game, are the elemental signs. We only have Pyro Sign right now, which is a fire elemental ability, but we'll get access to the 4 main elements, and we'll be using those quite a bit in addition to other summoner skills that we'll be getting throughout the game.
Yeah, so if you hit enemies' weaknesses in this game, you can put them into basically a stunned state, and while they're stunned, any attacks against them will automatically crit. So you really want to be using that as much as possible. Larger enemies, like bosses and whatnot, it takes more than just one hit of their weakness to put them into that state. They have basically a shield bar that you deplete by hitting their weakness, or using some other specific attacks. Here we did our first recruit. Well, they're not called recruits in this game, they're called confinements. SMT is often compared to Pokemon. This game is even more similar to Pokemon than traditional SMT, because instead of talking to demons, you just confine them in tubes, which function very similarly to Pokeballs.
Yeah, in my opinion, this is the best recruitment system in all of SMT.
It's certainly the most consistent. Normally, recruits are something you absolutely avoid in speedruns because they are extremely random and slow, but here they're both 100% consistent and very fast.
Yeah, the only requirement to actually land a confinement in this game is you have to be the proper level to fuse to. You have to be at the demon's level or higher in order to capture them, and you have to have enough magnetite equal to that demon's level in order to confine them.
So, demons, when you summon them in this game, they can use their spells or they can normal attack. Their spells cost magnetite, like we said. They will prioritize enemy weaknesses whenever they are able to. You don't have to scan enemies or anything like that to know the weaknesses. You're just told, you just get to know them for free. Here we're going to... You can also summon demons in the field to help with various tasks outside of battle. In this case, we're just helping ignite this Alp spirit because that'll get her out of the way. And now we get to face the tutorial boss. This boss can actually be kind of dangerous. It's actually kind of easy to die here on this difficulty.
Yeah, I can explain the fight.
Yeah,
this
sure.
This is Okikumushi. She likes to spam Mudo in this game. Mudo isn't an insta-kill. That's reserved for the ability Mamudun. And Mudo in this basically eats half of your current HP. So if she were to hit you with Mudo and then hit you with the basic attack, because of the amount of extra damage that we take in this difficulty, that would basically kind of instantly kill us.
Her basic attacks are actually far more... At least in the second phase, her basic attacks do about 75% of your health.
Oh, yeah.
So that's actually what I'm afraid of. They're also much faster than Mudo.
Yeah, and in this... so we beat her up, and basically... She was told that if she killed 100 Devil Summoners that she would be freed, and we are the 100th Summoner, so even though we beat her up, she's really upset, and so she tries to kill us again. And then Alp shows up, and because we ignited her spirit, she wants to be our friend. And so this is the tutorial to the fact that Raidou is actually special among Devil Summoners in this series, and that we can control 2 demons. So we have Alp, who is more of a support demon. She will continuously cast its Dia to heal us. And then we have Ukabak here continuously casting Agi to break Okikumushi's shield. We mentioned before, but boss and other special demons have a shield that protects them from getting stunned, and so you just have to hit them multiple times with spells or with signs or whatever to do that. Okikumushi likes to spam Mamudo, which is again percentage damage, but it hits in an area, and it has a bit of an obnoxiously long hitbox that Link likes to linger, but thankfully didn't run into it. Ideally there, you don't want to get hit by much because Alp's healing AI is very aggressive and will just continuously spam heals, which drains your magnetite very
Healing
quickly.
spells in this game are extremely expensive. Like, they're much more expensive than your basic, like, attack spells. So you want to try to avoid using them so you can keep up your damage.
Yeah.
One other thing you saw me doing there was you're able to kind of hide your demons, like pull them towards you and make them invulnerable. They can't attack or do anything else while in that state, so you can kind of use it to protect them from damage. Like you saw me using it to pull them out of the Mamudo hitbox there. Okay, so we succeeded the test and we were granted the title of Raidou. And we're given our first assignment. We're being sent to work with a private eye by the name of Narumi. He's a friend of the Kuzunoha clan. So we go and start working for him, and we get a call from some girl who seems very distressed and upset and asks for us to meet with her immediately. So we say, okay, we head down to this bridge. And then she asks us to kill her, which we say, no, we're not doing that. And then while we're trying to get an explanation out of her, we get attacked by these red soldiers. You can't win this fight, so I just want to die as quickly as possible. I want to see that attack. There we go.
Yeah, the roundhouse would have been good to take too, but unfortunately we were in iframes from the machine gun fire.
Yeah, the melee attack can just double combo you and kill you immediately.
But she gets captured by these strange soldiers. These soldiers recognize that we're a devil summoner, which is weird. Most people cannot see demons. Only those who are spiritually attuned are actually capable of seeing demons, which is which is the explanation for how we run around in the overworld with a demon following us all the time and no one says anything about it. But yeah, Narumi is a friend of, specifically is a friend of Yatagarasu, which is the organization that the Kuzunohas kind of work under. For people familiar with the Devil Summoner series, which is an offshoot series of SMT, which Raidou technically belongs to, a lot of it follows kind of the battle between the organizations of Yatagarasu versus the Phantom Society or the Phantom Summoners. And so we work for Yatagarasu, who are the, for all intents and purposes, are the good guys in this case. So now we are going to do some investigating, seeing what the heck was up with the girl who wanted us to murder her and then was captured by weird soldier-looking things. Here, this is just, again, a reintroduction of a lot of the field abilities we can use. There we use Ignite to kind of spur on that really incompetent detective guy to give us a piece of evidence.
Yeah, he's also investigating the disappearance of that girl.
Yeah.
He tells us her name, because we didn't even know her name. Her name is Kaya Daidoji, and so we go to the Daidoji household here, and we're going to try to investigate. The butler doesn't want to let us in, but we show him a brooch that Kaya dropped when she was kidnapped. And so he sends us to meet with her uncle, Kiyoshi Daijoji, who seems to be under a lot of stress. He says Kaya's been missing for weeks, which is a bit I think it's weeks. It's been missing for a while anyway. And which doesn't make a lot of sense to us because we just saw her. But anyway, he asks if we could help. He doesn't give us much information more than that. The butler seems less reluctant for us to be here. He kind of wants us gone, which is a bit weird. So he won't let us into this area, so we send a demon in to do some investigating for us. Which, since
and we find a photo of her. That
yes. Since no one can see
taken
demons.
Somewhat recently.
Yeah. So we're going to go around and show this photo. We also find out what school she goes to, so we're going to go to some of the other students at the school and say, hey, do you know where she is? They point us towards her best friend, who's right here, and we're also going to ask her. She seems like she might know something, so she's about to tell us, and then she disappears. Like, gets pulled into... Well, Goto... Actually, we didn't say who Goto is. Goto is our cat, who's... basically our companion for this game. He recognized...
he's our, kind of our mentor. Yeah. That's also a cat that talks. But he's like, yeah, it looks like she got pulled into the Dark Realm, which is basically the demon world.
Yeah. So we need to go to the demon world, which we can't just do. We need Yatagarasu's help to get there. And
now we get to talk to the best NPC in the game.
Yeah, this is a tutorial NPC that explains how a bunch of different items work. And in explaining how they work, he just gives us a bunch of them, too. And some of these are really good items, so we definitely want to talk to the statue.
Yeah, Left Fox is the greatest NPC in all of Megaten. He's our boy. Yeah, so he gives us a free level up item. He gives us one of every stat boosting item. He gives us some sake, which is basically demon loyalty stuff that we can get into it a little bit. And then he gives us a couple of skill books, which is how you teach demons skills that they wouldn't normally know. Loyalty is a mechanic in the it's a mechanic that exists in the Devil Summoner games. It again works a little differently in this game than it does in the other Devil Summoner games. Loyalty in this game is kind of a secondary EXP system for demons. As demons participate in fights, or as you carry them around with you on the overworld, or as you feed them copious amounts of alcohol, whatever the case may be, a demon's loyalty meter will fill up. Once a demon's loyalty meter has maxed out, they will learn their passive ability. And these passive abilities are incredibly powerful, or can be incredibly powerful. They range from things like being able to resist certain elemental attributes, to boosting the amount of EXP or money you get from fights, to being able to flee fights quicker.
Boost damage,
overall,
yeah,
increased damage with certain elements. Very, very powerful. Stat boosters. So there's a number of demons that we want to be getting their loyalty maxed out. The other thing that loyalty does is that the game actually tracks the total amount of loyalty that Raidou has gained throughout the game, and will give you, as you increase in loyalty, will give you additional titles and such as you go. And getting an increased title means that you get additional demon slots. And I think that's mostly what it is it's just demon slots.
Yeah, I believe it's just demon, which is really annoying because we really don't need extra demon slots, and the animations for getting new titles are super slow.
Yeah. Here we're going to be confining a Pixie.
Good.
Pixie gets a couple of things. She learns the ability Makakaja, which is a magic attack buff. This will be incredibly useful throughout a lot of the game. She also, for her passive ability for maxing out her loyalty, learns the ability Magic Chakra, which is just a permanent +3 boost to her magic stat. And passive abilities, when you fuse demons, can be any passive ability that has been learned by that demon or by their fusion ancestors can be passed on to whatever new demon you fuse. And so Magic Chakra, once we get it on Pixie, I believe will be passed down to most everything for the rest of
everything that I can fit it on, yeah.
Here we're just going to be using all of the incenses we got. We also picked up another magic incense there earlier, so we're going to be using those to boost up our stats. Throughout this run, we're going to start off focusing Raidou's strength because we're going to be hitting things with a sword a lot, so doing more damage with that is good. And then we're going to be pumping our magic. Magic in this game increases the power of our signs, along with, I believe, increasing a demon's ability to get high magic.
It increases the demon's stats in general, I think, and
yeah,
it also
it
boosts your defense. It boosts your defense against magic as well.
Yes, yeah, boost your magic defense. And then also, eventually, we're going to get access to basically a super move. Screen nuke type thing, and I believe that scales off of both your strength and your magic, and so having high in both stats is very good. Here, this is just another fight meant to introduce you to some of the game's mechanics. This is, I believe, where we get access to Frost Sign, which is our second of these elemental signs. These guys are, that combo hitbox is so obnoxious.
It really is, yeah.
And then you try using it and you can, like, never hit anything with them. It's really fun.
It also, if it hits you, it stuns you for a bit and it knocks you out of your combo, which is really annoying.
Yeah.
The thing about heavy combos in this game is, for all the different weapon types, the last hit of the heavy combo is the one that does the most damage, so you really want to finish combos as much as you can.
Let's go.
Here, do you confine to Agathian, or
no? I just do one.
Okay. So here we're going to confine an Agathian. Agathian is a really helpful demon for this part of the game. He gets access to the last two elements that we don't have yet, both Zeo and Zan, and so that will allow us to round out all of our elemental access.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you're required to pick up Agathian here. I don't think you can progress if you don't.
I'm like fairly you can't.
I don't know how you would do it.
Else you can capture as Zeo, and we're about to get introduced to a very interesting mechanic in this game. These are nether gates. Basically, they're just sort of attribute checks just to make sure you're keeping up. You have access to all of the elements at any given time. Where they will only take damage from attacks of their appropriate element. So they're that electric at nether gate only took damage from electricity. We'll see nether gates of all shapes and sizes throughout the game. They exist for all 4 elements, plus physical and gun.
Yeah, they're mostly free experience because they're really fast to kill and give a lot of experience, and you're required to kill them to get through, so they kind of just function as a way that you don't fall too far behind in level, to be honest.
Yeah, they're really, like, because we're going to pack every element with us anyway, because it's just good to have, because you want to be stunning things as much as possible. So it's basically just kind of a check to make sure you're playing the game properly in a lot of ways.
Yeah. So this is like kind of the first major fight, Tsuchigumo. This is also the first time I'm going to use buffs. Pixie has Makakaja now. Oh yeah, also we get introduced to Devil's Feint here, which is just like if you're dodging attacks, you will sometimes be allowed to do strong attacks. So
yeah.
So one thing to note about... Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, so basically if you perfect dodge an attack, or if you end up comboing an enemy so much you kind of knock them off balance, then yeah, you can do a Devil's Bane, which is that flashy move. It does a bunch of damage, and it generates a bunch of Magnetite, which is pretty cool.
These guys are pretty strong against physical damage, so I'm not doing too much, so I'm mainly focusing on keeping magic up so Agathian can keep hitting them. And so Pixie can keep healing me, because these guys do a lot of damage. They're quite scary. They are weak
they
to
have large
ice.
hitboxes, and they can snipe you from across the room.
Yeah. I just barely dodged that Zeo there. There it comes. I also kind of want to stay away from my demons so they don't get hit either. There's another Devil's Feint. They don't do a huge amount of damage, but they give you a lot of Magnetite back.
Decided there.
The other thing I did... so buffs in this game stack up to twice and last for the whole battle. Demons on their own will use one stack of the buff, but then they will never cast the second staff. You have to manually tell them to do it, which you can do in this very slow menu, which is very annoying. But buffs are incredibly good, especially on this difficulty, because fights last for a long time.
Yeah, that's the Tsuchigumo's down, so with that we have rescued Rin, so we can kind of finally start to get some answers as to what's going on with Kaya.
Yeah. Teleports are out of the Dark Realm, then we're going to leave ourselves. You can't just leave the Dark Realm anywhere, but thankfully there's this return spot right here.
Yeah, something else worth mentioning is that for this first, chunk of the game, we are actually on a bit of a step route.
Yeah.
There's a boss in the middle of the second chapter that we have to get to, that we have to fight at full moon. And so a lot of the stuff that we do is actually routed around making sure that by the time we get to that part of the game that we get there right at full moon, so we don't have to spin for it.
Which I've been pretty good about doing properly. Hopefully I don't screw it up this time, because it really does suck to have to spin a whole cycle.
Yeah, cycles in this game advance quite slowly, so if you happen to, usually if you miss it, you, just barely miss it.
Yeah.
So here we, basically we find out that there was that Kaya mentioned she was kind of afraid of her uncle, and that there's basically a generational curse in her family, that for some reason on, the women in her family on their 16th birthday get possessed by a demon. And she was about to turn 16, and so she was very concerned about what was going on right before she vanished, again, shortly before her birthday. And so that kind of inspires us to go back to the Daidoji residence to dig some more. And we find this underground cavern underneath the mansion. Here we find this Tarask who basically says that there's a cave across the river, or across the underwater or underground lake that's important, but if we want to go across, we have to get him some alcohol.
Yeah, you want some red wine, a specific type of red wine. Thankfully, one of the maids has been already dispatched into town to grab it. So we're just gonna go and find her.
Yeah. She was dispatched, but she hasn't come back yet, which the head butler's kind of upset about. And here we actually use another field ability. This is called Mind Read. To read her mind to find out she's pretty disgruntled about how she's been treated, and she just wants a gentleman in her life to treat her right and to be nice to her. And so we're very polite to her, and she's like, "Oh, you're so kind. Here, have this alcohol." We'll just ignore that Raido's underage and that a maid just gave him a whole thing of wine. But we have the wine now, so we can go back to the Tarask to get him to take us across the way.
It's like the 1930s in this game. They don't care about age or stuff like that.
Oh yeah, also at this point, we gain access to the Gomaden, which is our fusion hub for the game.
I need to use... So here's the first use of a sake to get Agathian to learn a Lek boost. And I'm also going to part with 2 demons that the game gave me because I don't need them, and demon level up animations in this game are very slow. I don't want extra demons in my party. And so now we go meet Victor. Victor is our fusion master. He's the fusion master of Devil Summoner in general. He takes a bunch of different forms. In this game, he's a scientist.
What can I do for you, Kuzunoha?
So I'm going to start by registering Pixie.
All right, very well. This is all right, very well.
Yeah, so typical SMT things. You take 2 demons, you fuse them together, you get a different demon, and you can carry over skills between them. We're going to fuse Neko Shogun here. We're going to give him a pretty wide elemental coverage and give him that Makakaja that we had from Pixie. Meow. And Neko Shogun, in addition to having to inheriting all those abilities, also has the spell Rakukaja, which is a defensive buff.
Yes.
In the Gumshoe difficulty route, which is the one that I'm more familiar with, you really don't care about Rakukaja.
Here it's very important to
but
have
here it's incredibly
Rakukaja.
important. Yeah. Yeah. Here you basically will be running Rakukaja for most fights because the increase to your defense is, in a lot of cases, the difference between getting like 1 and 2 shot and actually surviving.
Yeah, and I'm going to use a Book of Agi on Neko Shogun because the next boss is weak to fire. Like to have that.
Yeah, in this game, when you use skill books on demons, they don't fully learn the ability. Oh, do you not grab those chakra drops?
I do, but I'll do that after.
Okay. You don't fully learn the ability. They gain the ability to use the skill, but they don't like learn it in terms of being able to pass it on through fusion or having it in their compendium entry. You would theoretically have to use multiple of them. But in this case, it's just nice to be able to have access to the skill to be able to cast it. But this is Tarask. This is meant to be the tutorial for Spirit Slash, which is that screen nuke ability I had mentioned earlier. Tarask here has like really, really stupidly high amounts of physical resistance.
Yeah.
And so for this fight, Shaggy's not even going to bother doing heavy attacks, really. It's all about just making using your signs when they're up and just making sure your demons can continuously spam fire attacks. Because as you can see, Raidou's hitting for like 1 to 3 damage per hit, and if he was doing heavy attacks, it would only be like 7 to 10, even under stun. So we're just going to be keeping our Magnetite full so that our demons can do the actual damage for this. Thankfully, we don't have to delete his entire health bar. Once he takes a certain amount of damage, he'll give up.
Right there. Yeah.
I give up. He's kind of old, and so he isn't actually about the whole fighting thing anymore. But now he will, he agrees to take us across the lake. Oh, sorry, those are the chakra chips. I don't remember what the other chest is.
I actually don't remember what it is either, but I do pick it up on the way back.
Okay. Oh, I think it's that Agi book.
Book of Agi, that's what it is, yeah, and I do use that. I have
So
to
here we find a very ominous jail cell. And it turns out that Kaya's uncle has actually kidnapped her and was holding her hostage or holding her captive in this cell while the demon took her over, which is pretty suspicious. Also, apparently the diary was trapped, so now we're going to be attacked by some demons. This is Gashadokuro. Personally, my least favorite fight in the entire game.
I don't mind this fight. It's the first actually kind of challenging fight, like seriously challenging.
Yeah, Gashadokuro is the introduction to these undodgeable attacks that demons can do. Sometimes you'll get the exclamation points above your head, and Goto will be like, "Look out!" And that basically means that these are attacks that cannot be dodged, that can't be dodged normally, and so you actually have to like completely evade them. And usually they also deal a bunch of damage as well.
You want to hide your demons from them because they're very deadly. And then basically they're attacks where you hide your demons and then just run away and dodge everything that's happening until it's over.
Yeah, the only way to cancel the attack would be to like stun Gashadokuro while they're doing the attack.
Or use your Spirit Slash.
Or popping a Spirit Slash, yeah. But like, a lot of the bosses actually become invincible while they're doing these attacks, or a couple of them do,
Yeah,
which
some of them
makes
do.
it hard to cancel. So while it works for this fight, even albeit somewhat inconsistently sometimes, it's not always an option. The next boss being a notable example of like really long undodge or really long undodgeable undodgeable attack that you have to just wait to happen. Okay, we're good. And these the attacks get harder and harder to dodge as the fight goes on. Starts like emitting full circles along with like random sporadic waves of attacks, and that can get weird to dodge.
I played it a bit too risky there. I should have, because I couldn't cancel that last one. I did not have enough firepower, but I went for it anyway.
Mm-hmm.
But that was a pretty good fight.
Yeah. Yeah, given how that fight can go sometimes, that was pretty good. That fight can really suck sometimes. So here we're gonna pick up this Book of Agi, and now we're gonna confine ourselves to Poltergeist.
Awkwardly
along with Inugami.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna grab Poltergeist and Inugami right here. I should have started running away first. Unfortunately, escaping on this difficulty is pretty darn slow. I was supposed to start escaping before doing that confining. I don't really want to waste time fighting the rest of the encounter.
Yeah, the pixies don't give very much EXP or anything, and so it's not really worth it. So Inugami, or Poltergeist, is another demon that has access to Zan, which is pretty nice. I believe he also learns...
He learns Mazan, and he learns Resist Force, yeah. That's the reasons why we want him. Inugami is actually only used for his outside-of-battle skills for solving puzzles and whatnot, but he's got two good ones that I need.
Yeah, he's a pagan, so he can do the mind read thing that Alp can do. Also, he can fly, which is... demons in this game have abilities based on their demon family, whether they're, fire, frost, pagan, bolt, or whatever. And also based on some of their attributes. So, like, female demons have the ability to allure.
Some of them.
Some of them do. Inugami, because he's a flying dog, can fly. Stuff like that. And so we're able to... there's a quest coming up soon where we need to actually fly up into a tree to get to retrieve a... I believe it's a lost dog or something.
The first place I'm gonna use it is to go over the river in Chapter 2.
Oh, yeah, that too.
So here we went and eavesdropped. Kiyoshi has a visitor. We went and eavesdropped, and he sounds like he's being threatened by said visitor, who we can gather is probably in the military, but we don't get much beyond that.
There's also a Russian dude.
Yes, he's about to show up. So we go and try to confront Kiyoshi about what we've learned, and then he turns into a monster and runs away. So we're going to try to give chase, but we're going to get intercepted by this Russian dude who summons a demon to attack us.
Yeah, we get pulled into the nether, into the shadow world, so we can't actually chase. And then, yeah, now we get to fight Ichibokurun, who is my other least favorite fight in the game.
I also kind of like this fight.
But the way this fight works is he summons 2 ads and makes himself completely invincible. Once we kill the ads, he will initiate another undodgeable attack, and this one is one that you cannot interrupt, so you have to just let the attack play out.
You can if you do it before it actually starts, like this.
Oh yeah, if you do it before the attack starts, you can, which you actually got in that case.
And then if I use Spirit Slash while he's in the weakened state, it automatically crits. So both my demons have Elect Boost and Zeo here. So he's weak to Zeo. Should save that.
Yeah, one thing about this fight is it's like very heavily HP gated, so like as soon as he gets to the amount of HP that he would summon, he will just immediately summon, which includes breaking out of stun in some cases, which is a little irritating.
He's also invincible and blocks your demons from hitting the other enemies while he's like that, which is kind of annoying.
But yeah, he did a horizontal attack the first time, and then he did a vertical one, and then once he does his next summon, he'll do both of them.
Both of them, yeah. That was not the right sign to use. It's okay.
Yeah, we move our signs around so much over the course of the game, it can be a little hard to remember which sign is mapped to which button at any given time.
I'll still hit him, but I'm not going to cancel this one, so I'll just let it happen. That was close.
Yeah.
Protect your demons.
And these attacks do a lot of damage.
Yeah, it'll do
and
about...
also can multi-hit and stun you, so...
Yeah, they'll do about, like, 70% of my health if I get hit by one, even through double Rakukaja, which is why I very much need Rakukaja.
Yeah, this is notably one of the bosses in the game that got nerfed in a patch because he just could do a lot of very annoying things before. And he can still do obnoxious things, but he's thankfully not. He's a little more tame than he used to be. But yeah, let's see.
That wasn't too bad.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be like 2 minutes ahead of my splits.
Oh, wow.
But this split was horrible in my PB. The rest of the run was really good, though. Neko Shogun learns Half Mind, which we don't need right now. You'll see me not take it, despite the fact that I'm going to need it later. All of the passive skills in this game, even if you don't take them, you still get them, and you could go into the menu and switch to them at any time. You're just only allowed to have a certain number active at once, which the number you're allowed to have active depends on the total number of them you have on the demon. I don't have very many right now, so I only get 2.
I legitimately didn't know that you could swap them out until I was watching you do a run of this.
Yeah, I didn't know about it until I was routing Truthseeker. When I was doing Gumshoe stuff, I didn't know about that.
So, we're not sure what's going on with Kiyoshi, because he turned into what we're referring to as what the game refers to as a red cape, as you can see by the episode title. And so we're kind of trying to, because he's been missing since then, and suddenly we get to meet Tai here, who is another important NPC that we get to interact with.
Yeah, she is investigating the Red Cape as well. It was supposedly witnessed near a restaurant, and she was trying to interview the owner, and so she wants us to go and find it, so she gets a good scoop, I guess. She wants to write an article about it.
There's coincidentally been a bunch of accidents involving a red-caped individual and a bunch of motor vehicles in the Ginza area, and so we're gonna go try to figure out what's been going on with that.
So we're gonna take the streetcar. Taking the streetcar is kind of annoyingly expensive in this game. Considering you have to use it in order to actually move anywhere. It's not even fast travel, it's literally required to go to areas.
If you have zero money, though, Goto pays your fee for you.
But then you have to pay him back later. It's actually a real budget consideration. These are level up items here. I'm also gonna do an Aerial Rift here. These are kind of like side challenges that give decent experience. You have to do 5 of them in total for a side quest, but you can kind of do whichever ones you want. I am very far away from Spirit Flash, unfortunately, which I wanted to use for this, but I guess I'll just fight it normally.
Yeah, these are mostly meant to supplement your EXP a little bit. In terms of like routing for this game, one of the biggest considerations is that in order to do one of the case files, you have to have access to the demon Belial, who is a level, I believe, 66.
66,
demon?
That's right.
Yeah, Belial's level 66 demon, and you have to have Belial in your stock in order to do the quest. And so by the time we have done everything else in the game, we have to hit level 66, which is not a trivial thing to do necessarily.
Yeah. If you just did all the required content, you'd end up like somewhere in the 50s, I think. So we're going to have to do some extra grinding and pick up some extra level up items and such and make sure to use them.
Yeah. Thankfully, the Aerial Rifts, because we do have to purge 5 of them for a quest for one of the foxes, we That is taken care of at the very least. I don't know. Do you do any extra arrow riffs as part of this route?
No, other than the 5, no.
Okay.
I do exactly the minimum. They're not really worth that much. They're just a little bit of boost in the early game.
Yeah, that's fair. Here we're going to Volt Demons. We saw a little bit have access to the ability Inspect, which just kind of scans the map for special items. Usually, sometimes it's for plot relevant stuff. Most of the time, it's just for like little special extra pickups. So there, we did that to pick up an extra sake that we'll be using later. So here we find out that one of this restaurant's owners, rickshaw drivers, has actually gone missing around the same time that a lot of these red cape attacks happened. And so now we're going to look into his disappearance over here in Shinjuku. But first, in order to get access to Shinjuku, we have to deal with the local Yakuza.
Yeah, they won't let us look
presence.
around until we talk to their boss, and then going in and trying to talk to their boss, they attack us. He's in a bathhouse. This is an extremely difficult and intricate fight. You have to mash the attack button until you win. You can win this fight without even touching the control stick. You literally just press one button.
Yeah. One weird bit of tech is that for some reason, if you hold the up button while you're attacking, Raidou resets his attack animations quicker.
Oh, I didn't know about that.
Yeah, it's like Poogle randomly pointed it out to me once when I was doing a run. I was like, wait, what? And yeah, it's like saves frames every single combo he does.
I guess I should start doing
Game's
that.
weird. Yeah. So we beat up the Yakuza guys, which gets the respect of their leader, but he's like, who the hell wears a hat in a bathhouse? Because Raidou Kuzunoha has hat hair. Very literally, that thing is attached to his head and never comes off.
Yeah. But he does tell us where Denpachi is. He tells us he's over here. We go over here. We find a rickshaw, so we figure must be Denpachi's house. Then we get ambushed by the Red Guards, who drag us into the Dark Realm. And instead of actually locking us in a jail cell, they just leave us here with a couple of really incompetent zombies.
Yeah, they tell the zombies to kill us, but we're a little stronger than zombies at this point. One rather amusing thing that this game does is this game frequently calls to attention the fact that because they're zombies, their brains have literally started to rot. And so any undead demon or entity in this game is going to be rather amusing, as they like to spout incompetent or incomprehensible gibberish.
Yeah. Okay. But we actually find Denpachi. He's locked in this jail cell here. We can't open it. We figure we need a lockpick. I don't know why we wouldn't already have a lockpick, but we figure maybe Konoya, which is a store near the detective agency, might sell one. Before we go there, though, I'm going to use this on Poltergeist, this on Poltergeist, so that way he learns Resist Force.
Yeah, worth noting, the Gomaden is actually in the basement of Konoya.
Yeah. I'm actually going to
So
teleport
since we're going
to
to
the
Konoya
Gomadens.
anyway-
I've already been there. And we're going to do some fusions before grabbing the lockpick.
What can I
Start
do?
Yeah,
with...
since once we do the fusions, we can just go upstairs.
Yeah. Using an
You'll be
angel.
able to pay, yes?
Yeah, we're saving before this because, like in any other SMT game, fusion accidents are a thing.
Yeah, it also auto-saves after fusion accidents, after the accident, which is very stupid, so you can't just use your auto-saves. Do Poltergeist and Ukaba to make Koro, and Muzan Maragi.
You are
The
certain
basic
what
multi-hit skills in this game are actually pretty good. They're like small areas around the attacker, and they do more damage than the single targets, so we kind of want to get them. So I'm going to try to stack them all on to one demon.
Yeah. The other thing is they're a lot easier to actually hit with.
Yeah.
Because sometimes trying to hit stuff with the regular single target abilities, the attacks can just go super wide and completely whiff, whereas with the AoE, the demons will typically get up in the face of the enemy, and so we'll have a much harder time missing.
Refuse Mermaid. Now,
Yeah, Mermaid's really good demon because she learns the ability Heal Boost, which will help with the healing situation. Again, healing spells in this game are really expensive, and so the quicker we can get up to good amounts of HP without burning through all of our health,
Fury Steel. What? Okay, I just wanted to check to make sure I have the material I need, which I definitely do.
Yeah, we need 2 Fury Steel for this next fusion, so we have like quadruple that.
So I'm gonna get heal boost on Mermaid with some sake, and I'll remove resist force. I still have resist force, but I just don't have it equipped. And oops, I should have just teleported. Gomaden. Whatever. So I'm gonna register this Mermaid with the heal boost.
What can I do for you, Kuzunoha? This is already very well.
Now I will fuse one more demon.
Yeah, thankfully the comp in this game isn't like stupidly expensive.
It's very
which
cheap,
is
actually.
which is an improvement over the original version of this game, where the comp was very expensive, and also had the mechanic where you couldn't fuse demons unless their loyalty was maxed out.
Very cool. What is really expensive in this game is sword alchemy. This is where you make new weapons for Raidou. We're gonna make the first axe. The axe is the weapon that we're gonna be using for the entire rest of the game. Because axes are really good, and they also give you really good abilities. Each new sword you unlock will give you either a new active or a new passive. This one gives the active Magnetize, which gives you 50% of your MP back on a 20% or on a 20-second cooldown, which is really good. And I'll be using it for almost every other fight for the rest of the game. Okay.
Well, it's still technically a sword. It just manifests the form of an axe when you use your heavy attacks.
So your light attacks don't change. They are still sword. It's just your heavy attacks that kind of summon the ethereal weapon. So now it'll be like an ethereal axe instead of the sword. And now we're going to go back into the Dark Realm, but into a different spot, because we need to go rescue Denpachi with the lockpick that we bought. Unfortunately, we can't just drop in right next to him like we did before. We drop in on the other side, so we have to get over to him. And there's some red soldiers blocking the path there, so we have to take a roundabout route to get there. And this is where we're going to use Fly. We're going to have Inagami fly across this area and bring a boat back for us.
Inagami's flying pattern is so, like, erratic.
It's very disorienting. It's actually kind of hard to move him around corners.
But it's okay. He's a good boy, so we love him. We also have to unlock that gate so that Raidou can actually get through, even when we were to take the boat.
Yeah.
Something worth noting, this is a small thing, but in any opportunity that Shaggy has when he does a solo investigation, he will be using the return to Raidou option even if he ends up right next to Raidou, because this game has like a kind of slow animation that plays anytime you manually report back to Raidou, where the demon does like a cool little dance and is like, look how cool I am, I did this thing! And that just ends up wasting a bunch of time, so the return option skips that animation.
Good.
That was another gate. That one is only vulnerable to guns, so I just shot it until it died. And since killing the gate kills all the enemies, you don't even have to fight the enemies. These heal
Another
spots are
distinct
free.
Yeah, which is another
thankfully.
improvement from the original. Not only did she charge you, like, an absolute, like, back-breaking amount of money, she also only restored your magnetite. It was to the point that like she would sob because she was ripping you off, and if you told her no, then she would sob because you were gonna die because you didn't pay her. So now we're going to be fighting two of these red guards. They're weak to force. We have full Spirit Slash, but we're preserving it because we're actually going to be using Spirit Slash here in the required fight that we're going to do right after this one. Thankfully, we do have Mazan on our demons, so we can keep them locked down pretty well.
Yeah, that fight's not very hard. If you're wondering why I'm mashing backstep at the end of fights, it's because there's an animation that plays at the end of every fight that is skipped by pressing circle, which is the backstep button.
So here we learn Warcry on Neja, which is an interesting, which is a bit of an interesting buff. Warcry increases your party's attack and magic attack on a timer, and that buff is tracked separately from Tarukaja/Makakaja. And so it stacks with already having full buffs. But again, it runs on a timer, so it has to be reapplied every once in a while.
It's very strong. You can stack quite a few damage buffs in this game, and we will be stacking all of the ones that we can get.
Yeah, one of the other axe abilities we'll be getting very soon is an ability called Zeal, which is another damage buff that also makes you immune to ailments, which is incredibly powerful. So here we rescue Denpachi, and he's kind of a bit sketchy about why he's been captured. Like, he doesn't really know anything. So we decide to talk to the Yakuza again, and then they tell us that Denpachi's sister, Shizu, is actually working in the red light district. And so we meet with her in order to try to kind of figure out what's been going on with Denpachi. And apparently she, has been worried about him because he's been very floaty lately and would, vanish for long periods of time, and has just been very upset. The advent of motor vehicles in the capital city has made it so people aren't hiring rickshaw drivers as much, which has cost him and a lot of his friends their work and such. And he's apparently harbored a lot of anger and resentment because of that. Here we're talking to this dude. He asks us to forge basically the first of one of the sword types. So either the basic sword, the basic axe, or the basic spear. Yeah. So we do that. We complete a quest. We get a quick quest complete.
Yeah, it's the first of the case files that we're doing. We have to do all of them. That one doesn't... I actually can't remember what the reward is for that one.
He gives you another sword.
Oh, he gives you another sword. Okay.
Yeah.
So this is the point at which we'll find out if my cycle is correct, which, assuming that's Rising 7, it is correct.
It should be. Your movement's been good. Yeah. So here we find out that basically someone has been attacking rickshaw drivers at full
cars.
Moon. Or attacking cars at full moon. And then we show up, and Oburaguruma shows up, and he's upset for some reason. And so we have to beat him up to get any answers out of him. Ooh, nice, we land Berserker. So Berserker is an ailment. It inflicts, or it's a physical attack in this game that can inflict the Rage ailment.
Actually, just gonna use this now.
Rage is an ailment that makes it so you basically take some ridiculously increased amounts of damage. I forget the exact number.
Yeah, it's a lot more. So I want to.
But it's more than even being inflicted with stun would do. At the cost of your physical attack to deal more damage, but meh. So we inflict Rage on Oburaguruma there, so we can pop Spirit Slash to deal a large chunk of his health. And then coincidentally from there, the Spirit Slash will then stun him, so we can then continuously do more damage. Okay. This game likes turning into a bit of a bullet hell at a moment's notice. Ow.
I'm gonna stick back for a bit until they heal me.
Yeah, that's... Nice, good dodge.
Yeah, I should be able to just tank through this to finish him. Yeah,
yeah, there you go.
That wasn't too bad.
That was a funny freeze frame. Yeah, so we beat up Oburaguruma, and we discover that he was actually attacking people because he got attacked by a red cape, and so he was just kind of angry about that. But we've calmed him down. But now we don't really have any leads on what's going on.
He gives
with
us
the
some
red cape.
evidence as to who the red cape might be. He gives us a rickshaw part, and there's a homeless guy over here who sells us a lucky charm that he found near one of the sites of the attack. And we connect both of these things to Denpachi. So we are going to go and basically show this to Shizu and ask her about it.
Yeah, because the lucky charm was a gift from Shizu to Denpachi, and so this kind of puts it together that the red cape that we have been tracking and the red cape we've been looking for are two different individuals. That Denpachi seems to be this red cape, whereas we still don't know what's going on with Kiyoshi. But because we're a good dude, we're gonna, help fix the situation with Denpachi. But first, we're gonna do an arrow rift fight.
Yeah, I want this. I have to do one more arrow rift in the game at some point, and I want some experience. It's a convenient time to do one.
Yeah, there's another case file where you have to purge all of the arrow rifts in the first area of the game, although there's only 3 of them.
There's technically 4, but one of them doesn't count.
Yeah, one of them is a different side quest that doesn't technically count. So we have to purge 2 additional arrow rifts in addition to those ones, and so this one's pretty close in the way and just gives us a bit of extra.
Yeah, it lets me use Spirit Slash on the next side quest too. Just fine.
Okay, yeah, you do the Mikami fight next. Cool.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, some of the counters for Devil's Bane are really, really funny depending on the demon you're using them on. Like, just like popping a cap in Jack Frost, or one of the other ones is you just like pull out a gun and just like shoot them in the face. And depending on the demon you're doing that to, it's just like, oh, okay, whatever. So apparently this Mikami has been like upset because industrialization has kind of made it to the mountain that Mikami lives in, and so he's really upset and has been like stalking people. And so now we're gonna beat up a horde of doggos.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, this game is fantastic. If anyone hasn't played this game, I would highly recommend picking it up. The Steam sale is going on right now, and I would imagine this game is probably on sale. I would absolutely recommend picking this game up and giving it a go. This game is really, really fun and just so charming. It is such just an amusing video. It's just such an amusing game.
Alright, so that's another side quest done.
Your skills have improved, Raidou.
Okay. So I forget, we have to go back and talk to this restaurant owner. I forget why, but she tells us that another attack has just happened in Ginza, and so we're gonna rush over there to try to apprehend the culprit.
Oh yeah, this game is absolutely worth $30.
Oh, I agree, yeah.
Easily. Yeah, so we went there to try to, like, catch him at work, but then we find out that the attack's going on instead. Yeah.
And the red
cape, we see Red Cape
goes
just
into
jumped
the
into
world,
the Shadow World. We're gonna help this old man cross the street really quick.
It's just the most convenient time to do it, because we need to summon a use force user anyway.
I like how Neja, like, swung that spoon full force at him, and then it said Neja carefully escorted the man across the street.
Yeah. It's pretty good.
My favorite is in the older route for Gumshoe, we used Neko Shogun for that, and so it's just amusing to imagine a cat, like, helping an old man across the street.
Yeah, it's actually, I still have Neko Shogun. It's nothing to do with the route. It's the fact that the way I sort the demon menu changes who's automatically summoned there. Because they both, both have use force. I'm going to grab an Orthrus here, because Orthrus learns Fire Boost, and I'm going to want that.
Danger doggo.
Good.
At what point do you get fast escape, or do you have that already? Or is it not as good in this difficulty? Oh yeah,
I do
see
have
going
it.
up quicker.
Yeah, I do have it. I will use it a fair amount, although I don't use it. I don't really build Spirit Slash with fights nearly as much, so I don't need it as much.
That makes sense.
There are some sections when I do it a lot, though. So now we're chasing down this red cape. We're going to chase him around in a circle. So grab these 2 items.
Yeah, we're going to chase him in a loop before we realize that we're kind of chasing him in a loop and that we need to cut him off somehow. And then once we realize that, then we'll block off his path so that we can actually fight him. Yeah, so here we'll realize that he's moving, but there is a nice, convenient little choke point here. So, and there's also a convenient car placed here, and so we'll use Nasia to just kind of shove the car into the way. Again, a really funny thing is if you use Neko Shogun for this, you just see a cat just punch a car across the street, and it's very funny. Also, the pursuit theme in this game is really good.
I forgot to equip Volt Sign, so lose a little bit of time here.
Yeah, you can hot swap your summoner abilities in battle, but it does reset the cooldown for them, so you have to actually wait for the ability to charge up instead of having it immediately. Thankfully, it doesn't matter as much for this fight. This first little fight with the red cape isn't the full boss fight. We're going to beat him up a little bit, and this is kind of just the game teaching us sort of how these red cape fights tend to work, because we're going to be doing a couple of them throughout the game. And then once we deal a certain amount of damage to him, then we will then he'll run away, and then we'll be given the opportunity to do the actual fight. So we'll be using this first little bit to build the rest of the Spirit Slash meter that we need, so that we can use it in the actual fight against him.
Yeah, for Truth Seeker, I'll easily have the Spirit Slash I need, because I can't Spirit Slash him until he's on like 35% HP, rather than like the over half that you can do it on the lower difficulties.
Yeah, one of the interesting things with the lower difficulty runs is there's a lot of tech involved with getting, with being able to skip a lot of the desperation attacks that some of the bosses will use.
Which I can do here as well. It's just I have to not as many, but I will. Ideally, I'm still gonna skip his healing and his last desperation attack.
Yeah, this fight is especially obnoxious. It's another one where his desperation attack is makes him invincible for a period of time. And his especially, he likes to be invincible for a long period of time. We can't skip the attack in its entirety in this, so you'll see what we mean with that. He's going to do that right here, where he gets into the air and he starts chucking cars at us. This is the hardest difficulty that you can play on a new game file. There is a harder difficulty setting called Detective Legend, but it is New Game Plus only. This is Truth Seeker, which is the hardest regular difficulty.
Yeah, that's right.
So here when he uses Frustration and Doubt Beam, ideally we would be able to perfect dodge them to get a Devil's Bane, but the timing for landing the attack is a little weird.
Yeah, I'm not very good at it.
There's certain passives that you can get. I don't know if this route grabs them, the Dragon Step and the Snake Step thing.
I grab Phoenix Step, I will grab, but
Step.
I couldn't get that right now for this, though.
Yeah, right. There's two passives that basically increase the amount of iframes you have on your rolls, and therefore also increases the amount of frames that you have to land perfect dodges. And so for later Red Cape fights, we will have access to that, and that will give us make getting the perfect dodges for Devil's Bane easier. But for this fight, landing these dodges is really weird, because you kind of have to start dodging as the laser comes out. So if you're even like a little bit later, you just eat the attack to the face, and you would rather dodge it and not get the Devil's Bane than eat the attack.
Yeah, because it'll confuse you too, which I do have Patra on Mermaid, but it still costs MP to use. That was a pretty good fight though, because I successfully skipped the heal, which is the big thing.
Yeah, if you get
super slow.
Yeah, if you get him close to death, he'll use an ability called Justification that will heal a bunch of his HP, and then he'll go into the car phase again, but he'll throw like
three cars,
twice as many of them. It's very, very slow, so that's one you definitely want to skip that part of the fight, which we successfully did here. So we managed to snap Denpachi out of his anger, which actually stops him from being a red cape somehow. And here we reunite him with Shizu. Apparently they had been slightly estranged because he kind of had taken it upon himself to take care of her, and wasn't a fan of
Shizu married someone who he disapproved of.
Yeah. There was a lot going on, but they're able to reconcile and take care of each other now. And we do actually get a hint, though, because Denpachi did know Kiyoshi, and he basically tells us that Kiyoshi's most prized possession was his factory, his textile factory, and that the factory had been undergoing a lot of financial hardship lately, which was stressing him out a lot. It seems the transformation into a red cape seems to be spurred on by some sort of amount of negative emotion. Here we're warping back to the first Dark Realm in order to talk to this Agatheon here. This is a quest to catch a beetle. Basically, we have to obtain some ice cream from an ice cream parlor kind of in the area, and then put it on a tree, and then examine the tree at, I think it's full moon.
It's full moon, yeah.
And then bring the beetle back to him. We're not going to bring the beetle back to him until, like, the very end of the game.
Yeah, it's like one of the last things we do, which is pretty funny.
But it works out now that we just grab the quest and the beetle earlier. This is another case file. This is just basically a training exam to make sure that we've been keeping up with our training duties. And so we have a bunch of these enemies that all die in one hit. And we have to kill them all in a time limit. This is meant to be done in, like, the first chapter. And so since we are quite a bit stronger than we would be in the first chapter, this is just a very quick fight. There's a couple of these enemies that are, like, quote, treated as bosses, but they're just kind of spongy, regular enemies that are a little bigger. That said, though, like, quadruple-sized Poltergeist is kind of adorable. I would definitely, 10 out of 10 would cuddle. The little laugh that Prada does when he dies is
it's
very funny to hear repeated over and over again.
Yeah, as you can tell, this big dash attack is really the best for these kind of lots of enemies with very low HP, because it's got a huge hitbox and kills them in one hit.
More loyalty!
Yeah, every time you get a new title, it does this super long animation, which really sucks because we don't need the extra demon slots. We specifically don't want to have that many demons in our stock because level up animations are slow.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, in the original, it was more worth it to, like, grind your titles up because it increased the amount of magnetite you could carry. Also, I believe your stock space was a lot smaller in that version, but here your magnetite is literally just 100 plus whatever your level is, and so it's a lot less worthwhile. Here we're gonna get a dog out of a tree by sending our dog into the tree.
Easy.
It's a dog save dog world.
And we'll do one more arrow rift.
Yeah, we have to purge all the arrow rifts in Tsukito Cho here, so we're right next to this one, so...
Yeah, there's a side quest for doing 5 arrow rifts, and there's also a side quest for purging all 3 of them in this area, so you do... Basically, you only have to purge 2 outside of these other mandatory ones. And since that's low level, it barely gives you an experience. Now we're going to head down here, and we're going to use our dog to go and steal some poor girl's ice cream, because, I don't know, I guess we're too socially awkward to just buy some for ourselves.
Yeah. This is very funny, because, yeah, you can examine the ice cream parlor, and Raidou just won't do anything about it, and then you just send your dog to steal someone's ice cream. We're the good guys. So this is the Amazing Science Lab. It's an area that will be more important later, but there is one quest we want to do here. This sad-looking Shiba We want to mind read it and tell it our hopes and dreams.
Yeah, so this Shiba asks you what your dream is. You can say whatever you want. So I dream of SMT6. It doesn't matter what you choose, you still complete the quest. If you remember what you picked, you can grab some items later in the final dungeon. We don't even need those items, so we won't bother.
Yeah, it's not associated with a quest file or anything. You get, like, I think, like, one of every incense or something, which, like, by that point in the game, your stats are pretty maxed anyway. Here, we're going to pick up some more items, though. We're going to pick up a moon chip, which is a special kind of crafting material for sword alchemy. We're also going to pick up this dragon tiles, which is for another quest. There's a quest line of you basically assemble a mahjong set so that Narumi will play mahjong with you or something. And so there's a couple of these where there's just random items on the ground that you pick up and it completes a quest.
All right, and so this is
Taco
Daijoji's...
Tuesday is a good thing to dream of, yes.
So this is the textile factory. We come in here, we find Daijoji's cane on the ground, so that's a good sign that he is actually here. And apparently Tai, the reporter, has also found this area and has decided to investigate. And out of nowhere are going to pop up a bunch of Matryoshka dolls, and that scares Tai and causes her to faint on the floor.
I'll be right back, 1 sec.
Okay. Rasputin talks to us and mocks us. We're just going to leave Tai here because we don't really care about her. And we're going to go in here to do another side quest. There's another one of these items we can pick up. This item is very hard to pick up. The hitbox sucks. You almost always accidentally end up grabbing those anti-mines.
Your skills have improved, Raidou.
Okay. Now I am going to use a sake on Orthrus to get fire boost. I'm going to do these demon check-ins. Once demons gain loyalty, they can give you some items. Some of those items are useful, some of them are not. I'm just going to do the check-ins here and hope that I get... Mainly thing I want is a Book of Berserker from Neza, if I can. I didn't even pay attention to whether I got one. It's not a big deal if I didn't. Now we have some fusions to do. So let's register... not that guy. Register Orthrus. And Neko Shogun. Okay. Use Neza and Orthrus makes Tamlin. I need Warcry, Mizu, Mizan, Maragi. Oh, and... Sorry. Warcry... Yes, Warcry Dia, and then all this stuff. There we go.
You want to fuse them?
It doesn't matter what I take here. Okay, so Neko Shogun and Tamlin makes a He-Ho. I need the same things I just took.
You are certain you want to fuse them?
He-Ho learns Ice Boost, so I want to use him. Take Fire Boost, Elect Boost, Heal Boost, Half Mind, Magic Chakra, Fast Escape.
I'm back.
Back. Okay, I need to fuse another Tamlin. Orthrus, Neko Shogun, Maragi, Rakukaja, Patra, Zio, and Makakaja.
You'll be able to pay. Yes.
Tamlin learns Tarukaji, he's the lowest level source of it, so I definitely want to have him in my party to do that. I grab him Fire Boost, Elect Boost, and Half Mind. And we have Sword Alchemy to do. We're going to make a spear. Not because the spear is actually useful itself, but the ability that it gives you is useful. It gives you basically a strong gun ability, which we are only going to use for gates. It's only slightly faster to destroy them using your regular gun.
But
it
basically one-shots nether gates, which is really nice.
Yeah. Some of the later spear abilities are actually quite good, so we want to start going through the spear line now.
Yeah, you go for Gabolg, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I figured that would basically be required. One of the best spears in the game has an ability called Shield Breaker that increases the amount of damage you do to enemy shields, which is very, very important for a lot of the later fights, since shields get more durable as enemies get to be a higher level.
I don't know if I would call
and
it
as we go through
required,
that-
but it's very good.
Yeah. It makes fights take a lot longer to not have. And then along the way, there's some other passives that are really nice to have that we'll be setting. So here we have to go through this labyrinth. Each of these dolls kind of takes us to a different part of this interconnected labyrinth, and so we just take the entrances that will get us closest to what we need. There's a bunch of these workers that we have to rescue. You have to give them a dialogue line that reminds them of how much they love their boss or something.
Just kind of motivate them to cure their depression, it seems, is what you're doing.
Yeah. And in addition, there are 3, like, shards that we have to pick up going through here. Each of these shards will, getting all 3 of them will open the door to the boss. They're each guarded by these large Okikamushis.
And unfortunately, Amlin can get charmed. He is weak to mind, which is why we give him half. Oh, and I can get charmed too. Amlin will Patra me though. He has the MP. There we go.
Eventually. Of course, he's used Patra as soon as it wore off.
Yeah, very cool. What?
I love Goto's incredulity at enemy spawn-ins.
We spend the entire game fighting big waves of enemies, and Goto's always shocked whenever they have backup.
Yeah. Yo.
So there's Ice Boost. I don't take Ice Boost right now, but it is available to pass through fusions. Now we're gonna leave the labyrinth for a second.
Yeah, you do have to basically take a minimum of 3 dolls in order to get access to all of the in all of the shards.
Yeah, and I want to do one more fusion right here, because I just needed Jack Frost for Ice Boost. I actually want to fuse him away now, so I can start working on another skill. Quans, because Quans learns Resist Ice, which will be helpful.
You are certain you want to fuse them?
Something else worth noting that makes fusing regularly pretty worth it is that whenever you fuse a demon that's like gotten a bunch of level ups, they will pass more stats onto whatever you're fusing. So there, like, Aquan's gained like +3 into all of his stats from the fusion materials, and so you can make pretty powerful demons by doing a lot of fusing. It's a nice way to encourage you to actually be fusing demons instead of just confining everything.
Yeah, despite confining being actually really fast and consistent, we really don't do that much of it.
Upcoming is one of my favorite worker dialogues.
Damn it.
Yeah. And then this one, the way you snap him out is by telling him that he should go get food. He's like, oh yeah, I like food, and then he leaves.
Shouldn't have taken that, that was a waste of time.
You just popped a cap in that hoe.
Yeah, I've trained my muscle memory to take those, but sometimes you really don't want to take them, they're just slow.
Good.
Okay, so that's enough strength. I'm going to start going to magic. Our weapons will give us quite a bit of bonus strength, and there's also quite a few incenses throughout the rest of the game. So we will end up at 40 strength, which is the max.
Haha, you fell for it. As if we don't need to actually do this to progress.
Yeah. Oh no. Come on, Hamlin. Ow. Got Mudo'd.
Yeah. Again, the more annoying thing about Mudo is that it means that all of your demons with healing spells will immediately start healing you and burn through all of your mag.
Yeah, I think on this difficulty that's a good thing, because you're pretty vulnerable even at half HP.
Right, that's fair. I'm used to Gumshoe where it's like, oh good, now I'm gonna be slower because I won't have mag instead of actually caring about my health.
Alright, one more key to grab. You have to fight another red cape as well in this area. Ideally, I'm going to just max out my buffs, put him in weak state, and then Spirit Slash him.
Right.
Yeah, this one functions the same as the other one, except he doesn't stop to throw cars at you, thankfully. Which would be kind of a weird thing for him to do in this area, so...
Yeah. And I need a Quans to Warcry me, which I should just tell him to do. Normally he will do it on his own, but he's stuck healing.
Spirits.
Well done.
Money! As long as
Please kill him.
The
Thank
Spirit
you.
Slash animation in this... Oh. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying, please kill him, because
Oh.
if he survived for a while there, then he'll kind of break out and start wasting my time.
Yeah. Something interesting is the Spirit Slash animations, they are technically almighty damage. They will always hit everything no matter what. However, they also carry the attribute of whatever the enemy is weak to. So there you saw it was like a kind of electrical attack because the red capes are weak to electricity. And there is one for like every element, including death element, which is, or I guess it's called mortal element in this game. Which you really only see like once.
Yeah, there's very
I don't
little
know if
that's
it'll
weak
even
to
be
death
shown.
in this game.
Yeah, if I don't know if you use it against the Shoten fights.
No,
still or
I
not,
don't.
But that's like the only time you would see it, and it's like, oh, they coded in an entire like animation for this thing that you'll see like maybe once.
Yeah, sometimes its choice of which weakness to use is questionable. Like, there'll be one main boss and a bunch of small enemies, and it'll choose the weakness of the smaller enemies. Like, Beelzebub is the case where that happens a lot.
Yeah, but it'll still hit weakness on Beelzebub. It'll just visually display the weakness of
Yeah.
these smaller enemies, which is just kind of funny. Some of the Marin-Karin hitboxes on these Okikumushis can be a bit scary because the hitbox is also larger along with the demon.
Yeah, and they stay active for a while.
Yeah, these AoE hitboxes for like Mamudo, Marin-Karin, Palimpa, etc. linger for a really long time.
Okay, so we got all the keys. So we're gonna go and find Kiyoshi. He's not a red cape anymore, but he really doesn't look well. And in this cutscene, you'll basically go pale and a monster will break out of his back and fly away, and then he will collapse on the ground. And Rasputin will show up, and I forget what he says here. He mocks us and somehow and says he doesn't tell us much, and then summons Chernobog and takes off.
Yeah, he basically is like, oh yeah, the turtle baby thing that you saw grow out of Kiyoshi's neck is called a Hiriko, and like basically they've been going around spreading negative emotions throughout Tokyo to cause people to turn into red capes and then eventually grow a Hiriko. Because they're like a physical manifestation of extreme negative emotion or something.
Alright,
And so he doesn't need Kiyoshi anymore, but he's going to. But he also has to get rid of us because we're in his way.
So this fight, we want to set up all 3 of our buffs, and then, so we basically have to kill, I think there's a total of like 6 or 7 of these guys we have to fight before the main boss shows up.
Yeah, so you fight 1, then 2, then 3, and then 2 again, and then once we kill the group of 2, then the main boss will actually spawn. Which is perfect, because it gives us just enough time to be able to build up enough meter to get Spirit Slash.
Yeah, exactly.
And the main boss body doesn't have that much HP, because you've been doing so many of these, like, smaller enemies, and so once the main boss shows up, we're able to just kind of Spirit Slash him and get rid of him.
I have to be really careful those Frostbite attacks, because they have follow-up damage, especially that Cocytus damage.
Yeah, Frostbite is, I believe that's it attacks in a cone.
Yeah, well, it's
yeah.
3
And then
3 attacks in a
lingering
spread
damage.
shot, and it's got some it's got some lingering damage which can throw you off.
Yeah, each of the elements has an attack like that, where you'll have your regular single target, your area of effect that's in a circle, and then you'll have the Radi ability, so Zanradi, Agiradi, Bufuradi, that attacks in a cone. But then you'll have your 2 special attacks, like Cocytus and Frostbite, that are similar to Bufu and Bufuradi, but they have a damage over time attached to them.
Oh, and then
then you have your
Mabufudine, which
standard-
hurts a lot.
Yeah, and then you have your standard, like, Bufudine, Mabufudine.
I need...
And then you have
I need
stuff like
Warcry.
Glacial Blast, where you just shoot a laser at your enemies.
Give me Warcry, and then go for Spirit Slash.
Spirit.
Yeah, so that in itself did a ton of damage, and so now
Does
we're...
most of his health. Now I'm hopefully going to kill him before he does anything scary.
Yeah, the final hit of the Axe combo especially does a ton of damage.
Yeah.
That, like, slam attack hits multiple times for pretty high amounts of damage.
Yeah, thankfully he spends a while summoning those poison pools, which aren't super threatening, so usually if I just hold down the axe button, I can finish him off. Because when he's low health, he starts really spamming Mabufudine, and that really hurts.
Yeah, it's chapter 3 down, and this game has 12 chapters in it, or episodes.
They
But
are
the
not
first 2
created equal.
episodes are like... The first 2 episodes are, like, in themselves, like, a quarter of the game. And then you have stuff like Chapter 6, I believe, is, like, 5 minutes.
Yeah, Chapter 6 has no fights in it at all. I will do a fight in it, because I'm going to do a side quest. It's the most convenient time to do it, but there's no mandatory fights in it.
Yeah. Also, after we beat up Chernobog, all of Kiyoshi's workers showed up and were like, no, you were so kind to us, you cared about us a lot, and the power of friendship has stopped Kiyoshi from dying of turtle out of the back-itis.
Misery or something. Anyway, this is
Yeah.
the owner of the store, Konoya. He's got a problem. His shipments to his store have been disappearing, and he asks us to investigate, which we will do, but we're going to do some fusions first.
What can I do for you, Kuzunoha?
Register Quans and Tamlin.
This is already very well.
Use an Eros. This guy just needs
You'll be
Terukaja.
able to pay, yes?
I'm gonna fuse an Aramitama here. Eventually, we need Aramitama for a side quest, but I just need a slightly stronger party member that has all the skills I need.
Yeah, eventually there's a quest where we need to turn in an Aramitama, a Flamus, and a Sati. But yeah, Aramitama in himself is actually pretty decent. This game does have Mitama fusion, which just is a way to buff up the stats of your demons.
It's really not good in this game because you can't transfer any skills with it, and it doesn't really feel worth it to just buff stats. It feels kind of like a waste of time.
Stats are like such a non-consideration in this game once you get to like some of your higher level party members, because you get some really strong passives like Blessing of Agni that give like +5 to all of your stats anyway. So by the time you're in like the mid-50s, like mid-60s, you're probably running around with demons with max stats or close to max stats that you care about anyway without any sort of Mitama fusing. If that's even something that you would particularly care about, which we, even then, I don't believe this run even gets Agni's Blessing.
No, it doesn't, but the final demons that this run uses have very high magic growth, and so they'll end up with 40 magic. Gonna throw Agi on him, because I couldn't quite fit Agi on, in that fusion, sign. Couldn't quite pass Agi through fusions there. I didn't have enough skills to pass. Okay, so we're gonna head down to the docks and talk to the owner of the shipping company who supplies Konoya. It happens
to be also the owner of the
restaurant from the last chapter. Yeah. She basically tells us that they've been having all kinds of issues with their cargo just disappearing.
Hello?
And get what all goes on in this cutscene.
Oh yeah, this is like kind of her last chance. Otherwise, her company's gonna fall apart because of how much missing cargo there's been. And so the owner of Konoya is also here to like see what's going on. And we basically witness as soon as they finish unloading the cargo, it and a bunch of the workers suddenly vanish, which we.
It doesn't happen right now because we still have to, we're still the other. We have two objectives in this chapter because we're also looking for Rasputin, and we know that he's a foreigner, and so Narumi checks the immigration records, and there's no Rasputin there, so he assumes that he entered the country illegally. So we're gonna go and talk to the Yakuza to see if they know about any illegal Russian immigrants. And he says he doesn't know, but he knows a guy who might, named Elfman, who's basically a foreign merchant. And the owner over here of this shipping company also happens to know Elfman.
Yeah, she mentions that he like he disappeared for a little bit, and then when he came back, he started acting very differently and like sort of cut ties with her, which seems suspicious.
Yeah, so there's something weird going on here. And yeah, now, like Frito said, all of the cargo vanishes. So we obviously figure it's Dark Realm shenanigans, so we are going to go to the Dark Realm, and I am way ahead on steps. I guess I had really good movement. Well, that's whatever.
Yeah, basically we put the ice cream that we stole, we put it on the tree. And now when it gets to full moon, we will be able to collect a bug from the tree. And so you need to get here by full, but yeah, Shaggy's movement was like really, really good, so we're actually going to spin around here for a while, because...
You have until the end of the game to do this, so I could just get it when I come by later, but I don't want to have to worry about that, so I'm just going to spin around for a couple of seconds and do it now.
Yeah, there we pick up a beetle, which is the bug that we needed to catch. Something important to note is that the beetle goes into our inventory as a sellable item.
Yeah, you don't want to sell
it. Yeah, that anytime that Shaggy does shopping and is like selling sellable items to be able to afford stuff at either in the comp or for Sword Alchemy, that he makes sure not to sell the beetle, because that would be really bad. So here we go to the Dark Realm, and we find that all of the dock workers are doing their best SMT5 speedrunner cosplayer and are getting harassed by Anzus.
There we go, yeah. Oops.
So we have to rescue them.
Use my buffs. So because of how my fusions work, I don't actually have Rakukaja for these fights. Thankfully, both of my demons have resist force, and these guys use almost exclusively force. But Raidou does not have that, so I have to be very careful. Their Tempest attacks do a ton of damage.
Yeah, again, thankfully the healing AI in this game is super aggressive in this case. Something interesting about that healing AI thing is that there are, like, abilities in this game that we will get on the axe line that you would think would be really powerful, but that are, like, increases your strength when you're at low HP or increases your strength when you're inflicted with an ailment. That end up being completely useless, both because of how aggressive the healing AI is in this game, and also because you really don't want to be one hit from death at any point in this game, because of how just unpredictable a lot of stuff is, and how there's just, like, damage kind of coming in from everywhere, and hitboxes that just kind of pop up out of nowhere.
This
That
game
being one
is-
hit from death is never really advisable.
This game is very chaotic.
And the other funny thing is that the thing that buffs up your attack when you're inflicted with an ailment, we're going to be running an ability called Zeal that buffs our attack and makes us immune to ailments for a lot of the game as well. So the two, like, RTSR equivalent abilities that you would initially think, like, upon looking, you're like, oh, that seems like that's something that would be cool to build a route around, are both very useless.
Yeah.
We will still be getting some of the abilities, or some of the weapons that have one or two of those attached to them, like, just by virtue of going along the axe line, but we don't actually equip those abilities ever, I don't believe.
We equip the one that increases magic gain when on low HP or ailmented because we just have the free slot for it, so it's like, why not? There's literally no reason not to.
Yeah, and then we don't get the Balmung in this route anymore, so you wouldn't get the low HP damage increase one, since you go for the Mjolnir, right?
Correct, yeah.
Or whatever's after the Mjolnir.
I don't remember the axe names. I know which way I go, but...
Yeah. Because that line has something that decreases the cost of your... that just lowers the cost of all of your spells, and that's incredibly valuable.
Yes, it has one that lowers the cost of spells, and another one that makes it so sometimes demons can cast spells for free. Like, they just won't cost MP occasionally. Both of those are very good.
Both of those are, incredibly valuable.
It's also got one that more than doubles damage, but doubles MP cost that I will also use because it's really good.
Oh, you do use that one?
I do. My late game strategy is basically go much heavier on demon damage, so Raidou doesn't have to do as much.
Yeah, that makes sense. I know in Gumshoe it's not quite, the damage increase isn't quite worth the cost increase, but the fights are overall shorter, so it doesn't quite pay for itself. But yeah, that makes sense that in this case it would be more worth it.
Yeah, I just find it very hard to get off full axe combos in the late game, so I went for a more, like, demon-oriented strategy. It just feels safer, and oh my god, let's use a healing item.
Just adds up, you can use items just by pressing up on the D-pad, right?
Okay.
Similar with accessing, like, summoning demons and stuff with pressing down.
Okay, which summoning demons is not very useful.
Right.
If there was one for commanding skills, that would be good, but oops.
That was actually a pretty timely Devil's Bane for the mag refill. But yeah, the item one is nice because it reduces the amount of time you have to spend in that really clunky menu.
Yeah. Okay.
So now that we've rescued the dock workers, now we have to actually get them out. There's a demon that's kind of holding them in the Dark Realm, and so now we have to track down that demon.
Is over here.
Yep, it's this little Matryoshka doll, which, that's not suspicious at all. It's not like Matryoshkas have been associated with a certain individual that we're currently tracking. So this is Trigalav. He resists Fizz, which can make him a little annoying. We're just going to get our Charukajas and our Warcry up and then just pop a Spirit Slash to hopefully burst them down. Because they're not that tanky, they just resist Fizz, which makes this take a while otherwise.
Yeah, usually they just get both buffs and they'll just barely survive this, so you can just quickly finish them off.
Good.
Aramitama's angry noises are very funny to me. So we save the cargo, we rescue the people. Something interesting worth noting is that saving the cargo actually has like real gameplay implications. Because it's at this point that the merchant at Konoya actually updates his stock for allowing you to buy the next tier of crafting items.
And find a ghoul there. Don't need Preta anymore. So ghoul is useful because so there's these red chests around whose contents will vary depending on what demon you have open them. Ghoul gives items that sell for money. They are random, so there is some RNG here with what items you get, but these red chests.
Yeah, Ghoul is an undead personality demon. You can tell based on like the inane nonsense he yells when he grabs stuff. And so yeah, we want to do that for grabbing. Oh, Javanese.
That was a good item, yeah.
Yeah, the one we really don't want to see a ton of is
wood ornament.
Is it wood? Yeah, wood ornament. That's the least valuable. The difference between the wood ornament and the second worst is like double price or something, double or triple value.
Yeah, it's like 2.5.
So we really don't want to see like anything that's not a wood ornament is going to be really, really good.
Yeah. So now we need to get to that church that you could see in the background. Unfortunately, it's behind a fence, and we couldn't possibly, like, climb over that fence or something. That's way too difficult. So instead, we need a boat to get around the fence. We need to go out to sea. We don't have a boat, so we're going to go and ask the big Tarask at the Daidoji residence to be our boat.
We also have the lockpick now, so we can open some of these doors in the Daidoji residence for some extra items. There's also some more alcohol that we need to grab. This is for a side quest for the Tarask. It's both for a case file, and he will take us over to his item stash, which has some items in it that are kind of cool.
It's got a vitality incense and a luck incense.
Yeah. Vitality in this game, we talked about strength and magic. Vitality increases your max HP and your physical defense, which is, of course, very valuable. Luck is kind of an interesting stat in this game. It increases your critical hit rate, which is actually somewhat useful, but at the same time, we really need to not die, so...
Yeah, I don't put any points into luck. You do in the lower difficulties because you don't need vitality.
Yeah, and boosting your crit rate is actually fairly valuable with how often you're attacking things, that just a couple extra crits is actually fairly meaningful.
Okay. So now I need to buy a bunch of stuff for sword alchemy. So not only is sword alchemy expensive, but it uses material that's also fairly expensive.
Yeah, you can get material as drops from demons, but you can also just purchase that material in order to reduce the grind. But it does come at a cost that is fairly substantial.
And you can't purchase every type of material.
Yeah, so here we're going to sell the sellable items that we have. We're going to be very careful not to sell the beetle, even though it sells for 3,500 yen. We would have to redo the whole quest in order to actually
get it back. Yeah, so don't want to do that.
So. Yeah, a lot of these healing items are also very sell for a lot, so we're going to be selling them because they're better as money than they are as items.
Supposed to go to Gomaden. Well, save first anyway.
Well,
Okay, one more
what can I do,
fusion.
Kuzunoha?
We want Leonon.
You'll be able to pay. Yes?
Leonon, we need her skill Allure, and she's just a really good demon. We're actually gonna use her to fight with for quite a while. Fire, Ice, Elect, Heal, Chakra, Endure.
Yeah, she has a very high base magic stat that gets boosted even more by Magic Chakra, which is very nice.
Okay, now we're gonna fuse the next two axes.
Yeah, I believe the Nagamitsu gives that MP ability we had mentioned. And then the
no,
next one we make.
No, this gives
Zeal.
Tiger Stance, which is useless.
Oh. Yeah, Tiger Stance increases the effectiveness of your guard, but we didn't pay $50 to block, so we aren't doing that.
Yeah. Guarding is
And-
kind of useful. I just don't... I think dodging is better in most cases.
Yeah, I would rather dodge to take 0 damage than block to take a little bit less. And here we get Zeal. We mentioned it earlier. Zeal is a really powerful buff that you can apply. It grants temporary ailment immunity and an attack buff to your whole party. So it's a very powerful status. We'll basically be running it for the rest of the game.
Yeah, the big useful thing about Zeal is that it boosts your Spirit Slash damage, and it stacks with all of your other damage boosts, so it's just another way to make your Spirit Slash do a lot more damage.
You can hear.
We're also hearing this weird voice, which, spoiler alert, is Elfman. He's actually dead. Rasputin killed him. Oh yeah, and we need to... Here's another side quest that's really awkward movement-wise. There's kind of no better time to do it than right now.
Yeah, so this dude's dealing with, this is the turtle thing I was talking about, or the turtle baby thing I was talking about earlier. He has a Hiriko, and we have to come and fight it. And unfortunately, there's literally 0 time in the rest of the game where we're going to come back to Dark Haramicho, at least this version of Dark Haramicho. And so we just kind of have to backtrack here to do this one quest and then leave and go back. There's no other time where we can really do this, so... Or there's no other time where it will be better to do this, so we just do it now.
Exactly. And like I said, streetcars are expensive. It costs us 640 yen to do those 2 trips, which is more than a lot of demons cost in the compendium.
Your skills
Yeah.
have improved, Raidou.
Thankfully, we will eventually get an item that makes it so we can ride the streetcars for free, but that's not until, like, the very end of the game.
Yeah, you can get it at the start of Chapter 10, I think, which is what I do. I actually can't quite remember.
Yeah. And so here we get the Flute of Roan, which allows us to use our turtle boat.
Yeah.
We're going to go over here to this cannon battery. This is going to be an area we have to come back to later on in the game, but visiting it adds it as a warp point. In general, this is a very nice warp point to have because it's the best way that we can get access to the sea.
Yeah.
Here we're going to throw all of our instances on Raidou just to buff us up a little bit more.
And we gotta go
There's
do
also
a
another side quest we're
yeah.
going to do up here.
There's this guy trying to peep on the women's bathhouse, and turns out he's a demon. So we're gonna get his attention by using Leonon.
Yeah, we use Allure, which makes him so excited he reverts back to his demon form.
And now we gotta fight him.
Let's go.
Him and his buddies.
Yeah, there's somehow a ton of them. Fight can be kind of annoying because these guys can really easily stun you with their frenzy, which is huge hitbox.
Let's go.
Thankfully,
Landon does like to use ailments sometimes, which is a little annoying, but in this case it's nice because it puts these Onis to sleep so they're out of the fight for a bit.
yeah, it's not a bad thing here.
Now we have our Spirit Slash built up for the boss of this chapter. We're already at the end of the chapter. Like we said, the chapters get very, very short after the first two. The first two are legitimately like a quarter of the game, and then the remainder of them are a lot shorter. Oh.
I'm gonna teleport to the detective agency to heal, because I'm somewhat low.
Oh, you missed the bean pickup, but...
Oh, whoops, my bad. That's fine, I won't... It's not a big deal.
Yeah, if you got a good item grab from that one
Yeah.
red chest, it would be
Totally fine.
Yeah, anytime you go back to the detective agency, you get a full heal for free, which is really nice.
Yes.
So here we're gonna step into the church really quick to tag it as a warp point before we go and actually meet the voice who's telling us to head to the foreigner cemetery.
Yeah. So this is where Elfman's buried. He's become a spirit. He got killed by Rasputin. So he gives us some more exposition about what's going on, and then tells us to avenge him before moving on.
Yeah, Rasputin killed him and has basically been impersonating him since then.
Tells us Rasputin is currently hiding out at the church.
Right.
This fight can be a little bit sketchy, because you can get muted, which is really annoying, and some of their attacks are actually kind of strong. I've died in this fight plenty of times.
Yeah, Raidou getting muted prevents you from issuing orders to your demons and I think doing other, like, summoning-related stuff.
Yeah, using any of your skills as well.
Yeah. Which is very obnoxious.
I only have 2 dismutes.
Shall put on the magnificent show. I love the, like, peep out he does there. So this fight opens with him creating all of these matryoshkas. They like to spin around and inflict a bunch of ailments and stuff. This is part of where Zeal is really nice, because we do get protection from any of the ailments that are being inflicted by the matryoshka attacks.
Use this here. I need to use my
Also,
second
he's very
rocket conjure.
incredulous that the matryoshka doll has another one inside of it.
Yeah, imagine that. Okay. I want to get my Zeal back, and I want to put this guy in weakness stun. So my demons don't do it too quickly. They did it kind of quickly.
What kind of... Oh, yeah, just
we're
barely
good.
too early.
We're good.
One thing that he can do is there he, like, summoned a bottle of vodka to drink it. If he finishes drinking it, he will gain an attack buff, but he gains a defense debuff on top of that. And so we might have actually one-shot him if he had finished getting that debuff. But either way, we're still pretty close. He doesn't have that much HP, so...
Yeah, alright, we got him. That was a pretty good fight.
Yeah. And as it turns out, Russia's greatest love machine was actually a robot this whole time.
Impossible.
So Russia's greatest love machine was in fact a machine. Yeah, so we find out that Rasputin is a time-traveling android from the future that is basically a paid mercenary for some organization within the government that's trying to do stuff.
Because of course this
That's
game
kind of
has
acting
time
as an
travel.
enforcer to... Huh?
Because of course this game has time travel, it has to.
Oh yeah. Like I said, this game is very silly and in the best way possible.
Yeah, this game's story is as chaotic as the gameplay is.
Yeah. One of my favorite things is explaining, like, individual plot beats from this game out of context and just watching people's, like, heads explode in the, in the interim.
It's hard to talk about this game's story because there's at least 2 things going on at any given time, maybe even more. Okay, so I'm going to switch up Aramitama's skills here. I want to change Elect Boost for Ice Boost, and Resist Force for Resist Ice.
So here we get another tip from Ty that basically there's been something called the Super Soldier Project that the Navy has been, or that the Army's been working on. And it seems like super sketchy and kind of related to everything that's been going on. And she has a contact within the Army who's kind of willing to be a whistleblower and leak all of the details to her about it. But because it's a bit of a sketchy situation, she wants us to meet her in Kasumi Dai to rendezvous with the deserter.
Yeah.
But in the meantime, we're gonna fight the Tsuchigumos again. Apparently they've been causing trouble, and so we're gonna beat them up to teach them a lesson.
Yeah, this is another case
I
file.
We're also gonna, yeah, this is another case file, and then are you also gonna do the other Aural Rifts while you're here?
Yeah. We'll finish up the last of the 5 Aural Rifts I need to do.
Improved, Raidou.
And do you have an Onyx Bezoar? I saw you use an item in safe or as a safety. Do you have an Bezoar still?
Yeah, there's one near the red chest in Harumi. I think one of those chests is an Onyx Bezoar. If I don't have one, then I will buy one.
Okay, cool. Yeah, just because I remembered seeing you panic use one earlier, so I didn't know if you.
I'm pretty sure there's
one or not.
2 guaranteed ones in the route.
Mind Boost inflicts ailment infliction rate, which is potentially nice if you're trying to use Berserker strats.
Yeah, I got one.
Unfortunately, well, a lot of bosses are susceptible to Berserker. When we do boss refights later, spoilers, this game has a boss refight section. For some reason, they decided to make the refight equivalent of the bosses like either immune to ailments or heavily resist them, which makes the refights a little obnoxious. But here we have the last Aural Rift in this area, which is also the 5th one, so we'll have completed both of these quests in one go. And I believe the reward for doing this is we get some more incenses, which is pretty nice.
I can't remember the reward for this.
Your skills have improved, Raidou.
Okay, so we'll head to the military base. Alright, so obviously they don't want a kid like us snooping around. We're gonna try to go and find Ty's contact, and we'll get told to piss off by this guy up here. Thankfully, security in this place sucks, and the way they decide when guards are gonna change shifts is with this cannon, so we're just gonna set this cannon off and cause the guards' shifts to change, so we can just walk through.
Yeah, and the guys are like, huh, it feels like it's kind of early. Whatever, let's just leave.
Yeah.
Here, there's another valuable sellable item here behind this guardhouse if you inspect, so we're going to pick that up real quick.
That one's actually worth a lot. It's worth like 12k or something. I can't remember quite the amount.
Something like that. It's very high value.
Yeah.
So here we find out that the deserter isn't inside the base. There's a couple more items we're going to pick up. There's a vid incense we can pick up for free here, as well as behind one of these bushes, if you have a small demon, you can send them in to sneak. We can pick up a plastic, which is another crafting item.
Yeah. Now we're gonna go back to talk to Tai, and we're gonna find that she's gone, but her camera is on the ground, which is a bad sign. That means she was probably attacked if she dropped that. So we're gonna assume that she took a picture of her attacker, that somehow she had time to do that. And we're gonna go to Konoya to have the film develop so we can see what happened. And we get a picture of a bunch of zombies. So we assume she got pulled into the Dark Realm. I don't know why we couldn't have just guessed that on our own, but whatever.
Yeah, I believe the picture is like them getting getting pulled into the Dark Realm or something, along with the deserter.
So now I'm gonna buy a bunch more material.
One kind of obnoxious thing this game likes doing is that it likes kicking you out of the shop menu repeatedly whenever you buy stuff.
Yeah, that's because whenever you get new discounts or the shop stock updates, it kicks you out. Which happens frequently.
Entirely.
Yeah, which happens frequently if you're buying expensive stuff.
Selling. Selling it. Selling.
The shop menu in this game is very clunky to actually use sometimes.
Very much so. This game's menus
some
in
reason-
general like to fight with you.
Kuzunoha?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna fuse this axe.
Behold.
And this is the one that increases your mag use if you're inflicted with an ailment, which doesn't happen very often, but it could come up like once or twice. And again, we have literally nothing else to set that
Does
would
anything,
be better.
yeah.
So, and then we're going to upgrade the spear that we've been working on. This is going to, I believe, give us Phoenix Step.
Behold.
Yeah, it's either this one or the next one. Yeah, this one gives Phoenix Step. I think, yeah, I get the next one now because the sword guy side quests wants either this one or the previous axe that I just got rid of, so we'll get this one instead.
Yeah. So Phoenix Step, like we mentioned earlier, increases the amount of iframes you have when you dodge, while also increasing your the window you have for perfect dodging to trigger Devil's Bane, which is not something that's like essential, but it is very, very nice. And we're going down the spear line anyway to get access to Shield Breaker, so it's one of those things that we would want to do anyway.
Yeah, there's one boss fight, actually the
Raidou.
boss after the next boss, where getting Devil's Bane to activate is very useful.
Yeah, it skips a very, very long undodgeable attack, or otherwise annoying to deal with attack animation.
Yeah.
And you can dodge it without Phoenix Step, but it just makes the window a lot easier. It makes the window completely free as opposed to mostly free.
They're there.
Alright,
So here we meet the deserter who is being attacked by zombies.
Let's go.
Once we clear out these zombies, he'll explain that he had a 8-page report. I believe it's 8 pages. Report on the Super Soldier Project that he's assembled from like his involvement in it and such. However, he dropped all of the pages, and because the area is being infested with demons, we have to go through the area to find the pages of the report.
Yeah, he did a very impressive job dropping them because they are everywhere. They're not close to each other at all.
Yeah, literally everywhere in this entire area. Here we find some zombie soldiers who, their brains have rotted enough that they don't know that we're, probably not supposed to be here, but they remember that they're supposed to be helpful. And so these guys will give you hints as to the locations of the pages of the report.
Yeah.
This is mostly optional, except specifically report page 8 you actually have to talk to them about in order for the page to exist. Which, when I played through the original version of this game casually, I was stuck on this section for a really long time. This chapter in the original game is absolutely terrible. Partially because of that, also just because the original game is a bit of a struggle bus, but...
Yeah, I've never played the original version. I've only played this version, and I certainly don't have any intent to play the original. Everyone who's played it says it's not that good.
Yeah, I mean, everything that's good at, like, about the game that is good is really, really good, but it's all stuff that's been preserved in the remaster, so... Yeah, there you have to either ignite the guy's brain, or freeze the guy's brain, or use force on him to get him to remember. There's like 3 different things you can do there that all work, thankfully.
Which I didn't know about when I was
first...
I didn't know about that when I was first routing this game. I thought you needed use force.
But that reminds him that he saw one of the report pages being held by another soldier, so that spawns in the enemy that we have to fight to get the page.
Inugami.
So here there's a, one of the pages is in a tree. You can either get the page by using force on the tree or by having a flying demon go get it for you. And then another page is hidden in this area you have to have a small demon for. This area has a lot of really low-level demons just kind of chilling as, like, a way to, like, give you access to whatever you would need to add in order to get these pages. Thankfully, the game is pretty good about that, because a lot of, like, smaller demons would have access to the sneak ability are pretty low level. And so the game is pretty accommodating for giving you access to those, or having all of the enemy types that you would need to progress. Which is good that you don't have to, like, leave the area to find a demon and then come back. Gonna summon Ghoul back out so we can grab these red chests over here for some more money. Wow, that's really good luck.
Yeah, so far, this ghoul has been very strong.
Yeah, I believe the Oscar mirror is the second least valuable, but like we said before, even the second least valuable is like 2.5 times as valuable as the least valuable one. And then the Ryoku Chalice, I believe, is like the third, which is, again, still very good.
Okay, I don't need Inugami anymore.
Bye, dog.
Alright, this boss is very annoying, because
this
boss you basically finish immediately as soon as you get him into weak state, because you just Spirit Slash him. But he really likes to block your attacks that damage his shield, which is very annoying.
Yeah, he also likes to just, like, teleport around a bunch, and he nulls regular physical attacks. Thankfully, Raidou's sword swings are a little special, but he's just overall very obnoxious to deal with, so we just sort of set up. Also, your demons really don't like targeting him.
Yeah, I
so
usually
more often than not, you have to hard order them to attack.
I don't even bother. I just wait till my wind sign comes back up, and then pray he doesn't do that. Okay, that sucks. He dodged my wind sign. Let me help my demons finish these guys off so they come and help.
Yeah, if enemies are
Okay,
teleporting or whatever, then they actually have iframes for your signs. What's really funny is sometimes if you hit an enemy right as they start to teleport, you'll see the AoE, like, attack, like, fly across the ground following them. So, like, half the screen gets covered in, like, fire, and then nothing ends up happening. Which is really funny, but again, it doesn't do anything, and it's kind of sad in that regard. And now you're seeing why we generally like to try to keep our demon stock relatively small, because yeah, that group level up takes a little bit.
Okay, so our contact here tells us about this secret underground base that's accessed via this telephone booth, and he tells us the password to get in, which I just have written in my notes. Not 3.
What's really fun is, so in this version of the game, you have your detective journal where Goto will, like, write a bunch of notes and stuff about things that have happened in the game. And he writes the password in those notes. In the original version of the game, there was no such thing, and so if you forgot the password, you had to go back to Saidakichi to get it from him again. So we found the underground base where the Super Soldier Project is being ran, and we have to deal with a bunch of these Nether gates while we're here.
Yeah, there are a lot of these Nether gates,
which is both a little annoying because they do take a little bit to fight, but also really, really nice because each of these Nether gates will basically give us a guaranteed level up.
Yeah.
So we're gonna really, really catch up on levels here.
Yeah, it's
which
very
again,
good.
by the end of the game, we have to hit level 66. So every level that we get is very helpful.
Let's go.
Because these gates can only be damaged by their associated magic type. I kind of just throw the correct magic type at them with Raidou, and then he can't do anything else, so I just light attack enemies to give MP back so my demons can do it. Okay, so the next one of these gates we're going to run into, we will destroy it, but then it will immediately regenerate, which is kind of bad. So we need to go and find someone who will help us with that.
Are you going to play out the dialogue or no?
I can play out the dialogue, yeah. I don't remember how long it is, but surely we have time.
Yeah, it's like 2 minutes.
Wall! 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 Endless, immortal, weakening mind and soul. You will hate it. It is totally, definitely my best work of art. My walls are the greatest ever!
I take it he set the magic on that nether gate? All of these oddballs certainly diminish the tension here. See if you can somehow negotiate with him.
Oh, those eyes. That look. Respect! Is that the look of respect? It's marvelous! It's incredible! It's really neat! You're asking me to take down that wall? Should I? What should I do? Is it okay to remove the wall? Then... Food, grub, gimme! I'm hungry, hungry, hungry! Give me a life stone!
I don't have a life stone.
You
Oh.
have that! Then... Food, grub, gimme! Give me...
I don't have that either.
This is going well.
Negotiation failed. What the? Okay, I definitely
money.
have that. Oh,
I want more. I have a question for you. What do you think of me? You think I am stupid?
yes, you're stupid.
That's right. Good guess. I'm the wall maker. I only know about walls. I'm stupid. I love walls. I think I like you, kid. I'll take down the wall. You go on now.
So there's the taste of this game's writing style. Oh shit. Didn't set the correct skill? Thankfully you can escape these guys instantly.
Yeah, since the nether gates are hard walls unless you have access to the thing. The game lets you just run away immediately if you just happen to not have access to that damage type.
Return.
And yeah, single exercising shell deals with the bullet nether gates, thankfully, so very quick to deal with. Which is good, because the devs decided to put 3 of them in a row here.
Yeah, this is really stupid. I mean, it's good in that it's a lot of free experience, but it's really stupid design.
Good.
I'm gonna take one fight here for a bit of Spirit Slash. Initiating a fight with advantage gives you Spirit Slash.
Yeah, it gives you like a quarter of your meter.
I don't need it immediately at the start of this fight, but I need it not too far in. This fight is probably one of the hardest ones in this run. It's kind of nasty. But anyway, we catch up to Munakata, who's the general who has been messing with the Daidoji family, and we also find Kaya. And
yeah, we walk in and some sort of ritual being performed on her, which surely that's nothing. But we discover Munakata's sort of in charge of the Super Soldier Project, and he sicks some demons on us. He seems to be aware of the whole Yatagarasu thing and seems opposed to that. And so yeah, these are the twins. They really like screaming bro.
yeah.
The plan for this fight is we're just gonna burst down Abihiko here, the fire one.
Yeah. It's kind of scary because I don't have resist to fire. Ideally... Oh, I don't have my Spirit Slash. Okay, I got it. I got it just in time.
Hey.
That's what I'd expect.
So that's not gonna kill him yet. They should jump into their special attack. Where is there? There it is.
Yeah, there's the wheel.
A formidable.
Yeah. So this attack is a total pain in the butt. It lasts for like 20 seconds and can be weird to avoid. However, despite being like a big, strong attack, it is actually cancelable with Devil's Bane. One thing worth noting is that once we do kill one of the twins, the other one will get a power-up. Which is part of why it's nice to use Spirit Slash on both of them, because it takes out a little under half of the other siblings' health, which is nice.
Okay. We got this guy down before they used their special attack a second time, which is what I want to do. Now I just have to not die to this, because this is actually... When there's only one left, he gets powered up, and he's a lot more powerful.
Yeah, he really likes to spam attacks. In addition to having these floor lasers show up everywhere, he really likes
to do those attacks, which is...
abilities.
Yeah.
Yeah, that Nubatama attack can just kind of pop out of nowhere, and it's really hard to actually dodge effectively.
Yeah,
I don't think Mizushima likes to do when he runs Private Eye is try to kill them close to the same time, but setting up for that.
I tried that, and I don't really like doing that. I don't mind fighting them like this. I don't like fighting them both of them together. This fight kind of sucks however you do it. Especially because Leon...
For the refight, since you can't really avoid the second wheel attack because they have so much more HP, I usually like to change my target so the Devil's Bane hits the other twin just for a little more damage against him before the push.
Okay. That wasn't too bad overall.
Yeah.
Good.
It's a really long death animation.
Yeah, it takes forever.
Alright, so that's episode 5 down, and now we have a chapter that will be, like, 5 minutes. Tiny bit longer with the extra fight we'll do, but still not particularly.
Not that long, yeah.
Yeah. So we rescue Kaya, and she is like, "Yeah, like, I want to help you out, Raidou."
She doesn't want to go home because she's
Yeah.
understandably afraid of her family.
Yeah. So she's gonna stay with us for a little bit, and she wants to help out with our investigation. She also at one point asks us if we can tell her our real name, which is interesting that she somehow seems to know that Raidou isn't actually our name.
Yeah, it's a little bit sus. Okay, I'm gonna do some more skill swapping here. I need fire boost anymore. I want fast escape, and elect boost for fast escape. I need to do some recruits, and I really want to be able to run from the fight after successfully recruiting those things.
Yeah, fast escape stacks with itself, and so having multiple people with fast escape will help your run rate. Here we were asked to pick up a package for Narame, so we do that really quick. Here we see that Kaya decides to cut her hair for some reason, but we gain the ability to teleport after that, so... Yeah, this is where Kaya starts acting a little bit weird and is like... starts asking if she can call us by our actual first name instead of Raidou and all this stuff, and it's like, huh. But she also says that she heard about some artifact when she was being held captive by the Super Soldier Project that they were looking for, that if we were to find it first might be able to hamper their efforts to do whatever they're trying to do.
Before I actually start this chapter, I'm going to go and do a couple of recruits. I couldn't do these earlier because I was too low level.
Yeah, so this tree here we want to recruit,
and Asati.
because it's a frost demon that's one tier below a demon we actually want to fuse. So we're going to capture Jiboku here, and then we're going to immediately element fuse it up into a higher level frost demon.
Yeah.
Let's go.
We're also going to grab a Sati here. We need Sati for a quest later.
I also
that
need her
specifically
for
wants us to turn... Oh, you actually use her for
Yeah.
stuff as well? Yeah.
Good.
Oh, sure, because you need to make Flamus.
Do I use her for flames? I use her for a couple of things, I think.
Okay.
Actually, no, I don't
we
use
need
her
to-
for flames.
Oh, okay.
I use her for something else. I use her for something.
Right. Either way, we need Sati for a couple of reasons, and so she's just right there next to the Jiboku, so we just grab her there.
I was supposed to go to Konya first, whatever, it doesn't matter.
Welcome. What can I do for you, Kuzuno? Keep bringing me.
Yeah, there's some plot stuff in Konoha.
And then Gomoden
Basically,
after
because
this.
he... Yeah. Because he collects, like, relics and stuff, he might know something about the object we're looking for. He doesn't. We talked to Victor, because Victor knows about ancient relics, or, like, magical relics, and he also doesn't really know much. And here we fuse Okunushi.
So his claim to fame is he learns Bufudyne, which is a very good skill. The higher tier magic spells are all really good, and he's the lowest level source of Bufudyne. So we need to get him enough experience to do that. So sign.
So since we don't really have any leads, we're now going to go talk to our Yakuza friend, because he might know some of the rumblings about things in Tokyo.
Then, I don't think he tells us anything super useful.
He tells us about the science lab dude.
Oh yeah, okay. So I want to do a side quest right now. This is really not the most convenient time to do this side quest. It's a bit of extra movement. But it will unlock a fusion that I really need to do in order to make my route work.
Yeah. Here there's a Hayataro chilling here. This was added to the remaster since they added a bunch of SMT5 demons. And he wants to test our strength because he heard that there's a new Raidou Kuzunoha in town, and so he wants to see if we're all that we're cracked up to be. And so we have a quick fight with this Hayataro, and then defeating him will unlock Imperfusion.
I wasn't supposed to use Zeal. Oh. Surely it'll be fine. This fight's not very hard. Just drop it.
Spirit.
Well done.
Yeah, they're fine.
Fight's not very hard. The only annoying thing is that he has Miragi and both my demons are weak to fire, so he can potentially stun lock them for a while and really waste a ton of time.
Your skills have improved, Raidou.
Okay.
So yeah, now we talk to this scientist dude, because he might know something. I think he actually maybe gives us a tip that basically whatever item we're looking for is kind of associated with some ancient gods. And then this leads us to go back to Shinsekai to talk to Tai. While we're here, we'll turn in the swordsmithing quest just for another sword, and because there's 3 of these quests, and so we have to do all of them eventually.
Yeah, the final one actually unlocks something really good. But the earlier 2 don't really give you much.
Oh yeah, the final one gives you an extra slot for your passives and a really good passive.
Yeah. And a sword that you can sell for a bunch of money.
Oh, true. So talking to Tai and stuff, we find that the artifact is likely located in this construction site we've walked past a couple of times, and so we're just going to go retrieve it. And this puts us at the end of the chapter.
When do you think?
Yeah, and that's chapter 6.
Yeah, as it turns out, Kaya has actually been possessed this entire time by some other being that seems to be working for the super soldiers, and so she steals the object and is like, yeah, thanks for helping me, sucker, bye, and then leaves. And that's chapter 6. Chapter 7 is also a very, very short chapter.
Yeah, it's very much a throwaway chapter. Like, I don't understand how this chapter really ties in with the rest of the plot. It's kind of just like, buddy gets cursed and you gotta cure the curse, and that's it.
Allow me.
Yeah, it's more meant as like an kind of an interlude between a couple of things, because it continues to introduce the Kunitsukami as the antagonists, along with showing us that the defector dude was actually part of the Navy, because the Navy are the good guys in this game, apparently, who are fighting the Army, who are kind of the bad guys.
Yeah, the Army are the bad guys, because they're controlled by Munakata, who is the bad guy.
Is this?
Yeah, Munakata's being possessed by is also being possessed by a demon at this point that's kind of part of the Kunitsukami.
Well done.
But yeah, so this curse has been placed on a general in the military. Oh, I think in the original it was a general in the military. I think in the remaster they changed it to be a minor god.
Yeah, it's one of the Yagarasu deities, I think. But anyway, we take on the curse from him, and now we have to go and find the demon who cast it in order to dispel it. So being cursed means we just take damage as we walk around, which isn't really a big deal.
The cursed Raidou design looks really cool, though.
It does.
Say. It's just kind of a shame we don't get to, like, cosmetic flip to it or something for later in the game. Yeah, so basically those Chatter Skulls were created a seal to block whoever tried to get past them. But they're kind of stupid, so they tell us where the seal is, and so we grab it and tear it up. And now we fight them. And I call them Chatter Skull because that's what they're called in the other games, and I have no idea how you're supposed to actually pronounce their Japanese
Their real name, yeah, I don't know what it is. I don't remember it.
Petra is an ability they have that's a little bit scary. It can cause stone, which if you get inflicted with stone and then attacked, you will break and just die immediately. But
Go, Raidou.
I actually am liking that we do more fights in this route compared to just nuking stuff like we do in Gumshoe.
Oh yeah, that's why I was trying to encourage you to play this when you come back. Also because I don't think my Gumshoe route is nearly as optimized as it could be, and I don't feel like fixing it, so I prefer you use this one.
Fair. I do want to do some gumshoe runs just because I do want to improve my time in it because I feel slightly invested in that category, but I definitely, this run looks really fun, so.
Excellent.
Alright, so we cleared out the talisman, so now we can actually get through here. And we're gonna fight, again, a bunch more gates, because these ones are not technically required for the story, but there is a case file that we have to clear all these gates for.
Yeah.
I forgot.
Yeah, there's a demon that's like trapped behind all of them and wants us to rescue them. And so that's a nice bit of, again, case file it's required, but then also you get a ton of EXP for doing these nether gates as well, so.
Yeah, I think
even in the any
route,
percent category where we don't turn in the case file, we still fight most of the nether gates because it gives us enough EXP to fuse our final party. Okuninushi with his jovial laugh at the start of every fight.
The demon sound effects in this game are kind of great. I like most of them. Okay, now we have quite a few fusions to do. Gonna hit a... kind of set up the demons that need to learn the rest of the skills that we want.
What can I do for you, Kuzunoha?
Okuninushi and Leonon, Meidun, Bufudine, Project, Rakukaja.
Certain you want to
Yeah,
So-
so Gadon here learns life gain as his passive
I don't
ability.
need life gain, but I do need
Oh, you don't need
Agudine.
life gain. Okay, cool. Agudine's also good.
Fire, ice, heal, resist ice, shocker, fast escape. That's endure, not fast escape. There we go. Damn it. This game's
I hate
menus
that
are
no, it's a
so
default
hard
option.
to use. For the regular skills, yes is the default option. For the passive skills, no is the default option. It's incredibly dumb. Okay, now I need to fuse Dominion, Leonon, and Ghoul. Aragi Mabufu.
You'll be able
This
to
is just an
pay.
intermediate. Doesn't matter what I take. Okay.
Yeah, all of the skills go into the pool. All the passives go into the pool, regardless of whether of what you take or don't take.
Also gonna fuse
You'll
Chernabog
be able
here.
to pay.
We haven't done any of these yet, but during solo investigations, your demons can get into fights so the demon will have to fight stuff on its lonesome, and Chernabog is really good at those kinds of fights, so that's what we're gonna use him for.
Yeah, his basic attack comes out immediately and is very easy to just loop infinitely because he doesn't really have an attack animation chain.
Yeah.
So he's really nice because he just pokes things, and so it's very nice to just poke things repeatedly with him.
Here's what I use. Sativor, Sati, and Dominion makes Hayataro. And Hayataro learns two skills that I really need. One is Zeodyne, and the second one is Resist Fizz.
Oh, that's really good.
Yes, that's the kind of the entire crux of this route. The demons that I intend to use for my final party would not work if I could not get Resist Fizz. They would be terrible.
Oh, yeah, true, because, yeah, okay. That
They are
makes a lot of sense.
they're frail to physical, so
I always
Hayataro
wondered
is
about that,
required.
actually.
Be able to pay.
I had missed the Hayataro part of this route, and but I knew what demons you used for the end, and so I always wondered how you dealt with that, but that makes sense.
Done and Hayataro. Oops. Gold sign.
Yeah, so we're going to open up the nether gate to the boss now. We're not going to fight the boss immediately. Like we said, we have a couple more nether gates we have to break for a side quest.
Yeah. I just do this one now because it's slightly more convenient for menuing.
Good.
I guess we never mentioned that there are actually two types of weaknesses in this game that's very abnormal. There's weak, which means you just take more damage from the damage type, and there's frail, which is what causes the getting stunned state.
Yeah, a lot of the time it doesn't really come into, like, the weak versus frail doesn't really come into play all that much, but... Because we really mostly only care about stuff that's frail in terms of...
Yeah, weakness you can kind of ignore, but taking extra damage from things is something you do want to pay attention to on this difficulty in some cases.
Right.
Let's go.
Yeah, frail you definitely care a lot about, because
Absolutely.
getting stun locked down is very bad. It's a really good way to get your demons killed, and it's also a good way to kill other demons, so... Here I go, or here goes.
This is a physical nether gate, so I can hold down the triangle button and win this one. Actually, I was supposed to seal first. My bad.
Watch the enemy carefully.
I don't really care about getting hit by those Mudos. They can't kill you.
Good.
They just do half your current HP.
Yeah. Yeah, life gain does boost your max HP by 20%, but, like, I guess it's just because demons have such high HP that it doesn't
I
really
can't
matter
fit
as
it into
much.
the builds, is the problem, because I'm using so many different boosts.
That makes sense.
There's just too many skills that I want to use.
Makes sense. So yeah, there we free that Oshishi, and now we're good to go fight the boss, which is probably my favorite boss in the game, just based on, like, his personality. The actual fight is kind of annoying, but his personality and his dialogue is really funny. And he's also just a very funny demon.
This fight is really dangerous. It's actually... I've died a lot in this fight and lost a lot of runs to this fight.
Yeah, so this is Hicho Kotonushi. He starts out in this man form where he can use...
Very
do that.
cool. That attack is what kills you. It's very hard to see him wind up for that attack, and if you get stuck in it, it just stun locks you to death.
Yeah.
Let's go.
He's gonna do it again. Okay.
Here goes.
Yeah, so he hits you with that attack along with, like, strong abilities like Mabufudain and stuff. He's very, very dangerous in this phase.
He's dangerous in all phases, because he always has that fucking laser attack.
Oh, yeah.
Need to get the rest of my buffs up. You do never use the initial Rakukaja, that's very cool.
Oh.
Yeah, I need to check what buffs. Okay, I don't have my Makukaja. Did you... Freaking Hayatara, did you use them? Yeah, you did, okay. Okay, now we at least got the buffs up. Now I just gotta be careful not to get blown up by that laser. I should be good. Okay.
There we go. Once he takes a certain amount of damage, he'll change his form and have one of my favorite lines of dialogue in the game just because I think it's funny.
I'll have the body of a bird.
I don't know why, I just enjoy the, I'll have the body of a bird line.
Now I really want to get him into weak state so I can Zeal and Spirit Slash him. Hopefully what I'm going to do here is push him really deep into the next phase as well, so I can get through as much of both of these phases HP as possible. Which it looks like I did.
Yeah, his
He's
third
pretty
phase is
low.
an absolute pain in the ass, and his fourth phase is a lot easier to deal with, so ideally you just immediately get him out of his third phase.
Yeah, I think I should be able to just hit him once or twice. I'm gonna pop a chakra drop though, because I should have like 4 of them. Yeah, it's worth using one here. So, okay, yeah, we got him immediately out of it. I'll use this before I switch summoner skills. Careful of that though.
Yeah, I believe this form is frail to Fizz, or just kind of frail to everything, so you
Yeah,
just hit him a bunch and then he dies.
Yeah, this form is fairly weak. I've died to this form before, because he still has that friggin' laser.
Yeah, he still has the laser, but aside from that, he doesn't do all that much, and he's easy to lock down.
Okay,
Yeah, that's Ichigo Kochinushi down.
yeah, that went fine, mostly. Dying really early isn't a big deal.
Good.
Yeah, the frame 1 death was, like, sort of whatever. Oh wow, we got a loyalty up.
Yay.
It's
And we get more tubes, yeah.
Only gonna use those. About 7.5 minutes behind my splits. That's not too bad.
Yeah, especially because we watched the cutscene for like 2 of those.
Yeah.
Well done.
So we've lifted the curse, and now the army dude is, or the navy dude is going to tell us basically the Super Soldier Project is trying to create, has built this giant tower that seems to be broadcasting like waves that are increasing negative emotions in people that then cause the Hirokos to come out of them and then attach to the tower. And it seems to be broadcasting for something. They see the army, in addition to those like red cape enemies that we've been fighting that are basically reanimated corpses that they use as super soldiers, they are also seem to be creating some sort of super weapon that that this tower called Wadden 1 seems to be tied to.
Yeah.
So now we're tasked with the goal of infiltrating Wadden 1 and trying to shut it down.
We're gonna do a few side quests first, because now's a convenient time to do them. There's a fish out here that we need to grab, or an eel, sorry. And then we need to go to the training hall up here to do one side quest. Will be the first. So these walls here, only your demons can get through. So we're gonna send Cernabog through, and he's gonna get into a fight. This fight's not very hard.
Yeah, this is the first time we're seeing these training halls. There's one big training hall that we're going to be spending a bunch of time in later. And then there's also 4 smaller training halls kind of scattered throughout Tokyo. I don't think we go to any of the other ones. There just happens to be a quest associated with this one.
Yeah, it's only this one that you have to go to.
Yeah, the other training halls are used as part of a quest, but the quest is to just go to those training halls and check the ground to get a number combination.
Yeah, which the number combination
If you
is...
know the number combination,
Yeah, exactly.
you can just input it.
Poke.
Yeah, basically the right fox, who is the significantly worse fox. We love left fox, right fox is kind of a jerk. The one quest that Right Fox gives you is he wants you to go to all of the training halls, write down a bunch of numbers, and then add them all together and then tell him what the sum of those are. Which is a number that's in the literal millions, by the way.
Investigation.
Hope you got a calculator.
Yeah, Right Fox is a punk, and we don't like him. But thankfully we know what the sum is, so we can just tell him the sum.
Wow, I'm getting good luck with these.
That
Okay,
nice
then.
Roman coin. Well, wood ornament, but we got a Roman coin, so...
Yeah, it doesn't even matter what I get in the rest. There's a bunch of red chests here. Holy crap. Okay, I have
my goodness.
so
We
much
have so
money.
much money.
I've never had this much money.
I remember, like, the one full run I did of this category, I basically got almost only wood figurines from, like, everything, or wood ornaments from everything.
I can probably skip one of the chests in the tower.
Yeah, only 2 wood ornaments from that and a lot of high-value ones is incredible.
Yeah, exactly. Alright, so now we're gonna head over to the tower. Navy Guard's gonna let us in. Gonna mind read this guard here, who's gonna mention something that I forget. We're gonna conclude that we need to use the Dark Realm to invade this tower.
Yeah, he mentions that, like, basically this tower is, like, ridiculously heavily guarded, but there's not really all that much happening here, and so we conclude that we need to sneak in through the Dark Realm and that everything's probably actually happening in the Dark Realm. Here we have a series of quests where basically Kiyoshi and Denpachi, since we've talked to them earlier, are both feeling better now, so we just kind of stop by to visit them, see how they're doing, and we get some money for doing it, which is nice. There's going to be another one of these quests for both of them later at the end of the game as well, which, again, just nice bit of money for stopping by an NPC.
Improved, Raidou.
Now we're going to go tell the right fox the sum of all the numbers that we definitely collected and added up ourselves. That is 19,312,025.
There we go.
Your skills have improved, Raidou.
Heck you right, Fox. I don't even think the reward he gives you for doing that is even particularly great either.
I don't know what it is, so it's probably not very good.
Makes you do math and then doesn't even reward you properly for it. SMH.
Okay, this is a spot where I actually want to build a bunch of Spirit Slash off of enemies, because the next kind of quick fight we're doing can be ended just immediately with a Spirit Slash and is otherwise kind of slow.
Yeah, we're going to be fighting more of those red cape enemies who are technically called Hell's Pawns. We're going to be fighting more of them, and so it's much quicker to just blow them up immediately than to worry about it. And then we'll have plenty of time to get Spirit Slash built up before the boss of the chapter.
Yeah. I have double fast escape on these guys, so running away is not that slow.
Let's go.
But it's not instant like it is on Gumshoe, unfortunately.
I enjoy that Gadon says, "Oh woo." Another goodness. You are getting such ridiculously good drops from these.
Yeah.
They're strong. Stay alert. What?
What?
This Negeros here is going to be very important later.
Yes, indeed.
In a couple hours.
We will go on a quest with him.
We just have to get to a high enough level to be able to fuse his boyfriend, and then we'll go on an adventure with him. So yeah, here we have 3 Hell's Pawns. These guys would be really obnoxious to fight normally, so we just blow them up with Spirit Slash.
No.
And yeah, we see that Wadden 1 actually is basically a tower consisting almost entirely of Hirokos that they've been collecting.
I mean, I don't
did
think
say his boyfriend.
Yeah, I don't think the game directly says it's his boyfriend, but it so heavily implies it that it's like it's his boyfriend.
Yeah, it's Alice's gay uncles, Neveros and Belial, just working hard to raise their niece.
There's a wood ornament. Here you actually can't teleport back to Raidou, the game doesn't let you, so you have to go through that animation.
Yeah, the gimmick for this dungeon is that you have these platforms and they take you different directions depending on if it's Raidou or a demon who's standing on them. And so you have to kind of navigate the platforms around. That one was pretty simple, but there's going to be a couple of these where you have to like ride some platforms as Raidou and then move around with your demon to like send a platform over to Raidou that you can take to get to the end. And in the meantime, we're going to be grabbing a couple red chests for some more money.
These fights are pretty easy. You guys can't do much.
These Hirokos can use Palimpa to confuse your demons, but usually you can lock them down pretty easily. So, and they die very quickly.
Good.
Yeah, demons dying give you magnetite back, so with large fights with lots of enemies, you get to use heavy attacks quite a bit more because you don't have to recover MP with light attacks. I do want to get these ones, because the guaranteed drop over here is actually worth a lot of money.
Oh, I didn't know Raidou actually moves off the platform if you solo investigate with...
Yeah, I didn't know that for a while either. I was watching Mizushima's run to see him doing that. I was like, oh, that's a lot better.
Yeah, especially because of how often it is that, like, you try to move Raidou slightly off the platform and then you get stuck, like, talking to him or whatever when you're... So that's actually really, really good to know. Yeah, so here we have to send this platform over here to Raidou so that we can actually report back to ride to the end.
Another fight with these boys.
Let's go.
What?
What?
Literally a tower made of these enemies. Goto is surprised when more show up.
Yeah, literally a tower made of them, and we're interacting with a literal wall of them, and he's surprised that they exist.
Let's go. Let your spirit burn.
And yeah, like we said, you get plenty of Spirit Slash, which is good, because the next boss definitely necessitates Spirit Slash.
Yeah, I have to wait quite a bit into the fight to use it, so, I mean...
Yeah.
Okay,
Well,
so there,
yeah, that too.
there's Resist Fizz. You get it just in time. So now, after this little next puzzle section, we're going to hit a really big power spike.
Yeah, the next boss is pretty infamously a lot of people's least favorite boss in the game, or infamously one of the hardest bosses in the game. Definitely before a... oh, yeah, there it is. Definitely before the series of patches that rebalance some stuff, this boss was an absolute nightmare.
Yeah, it took absolutely forever on my casual playthrough.
He's a lot better now. He's still probably one of the most annoying bosses in the game, but at least he's better than he was.
Well done.
And in the original game, he is absolutely, like, the undisputed worst boss in the game.
Okay, so we got quite a few fusions and other things to do.
Welcome.
Very first thing to do is fuse
Noha?
Rito's favorite demon, Aotaro and Ghoul.
You are certain you want to
Unfortunately,
fuse
she
them?
is just a fusion intermediate. You will not see any
It's okay.
fights.
I still get to post my emote in chat.
Here we go.
I still get to be excited that Idun's on screen.
We're also gonna fuse Flamus, Edine, Bufadine, Warcry, Raja,
You are certain you want to fuse them?
and Idun plus Flamus makes the demon that we'll be using for the rest of the game. Is a monkey.
I thoroughly enjoy the fact that Thoth is the demon that you run this entire game
You are
with.
certain you want to fuse them?
He's really good. He drains all magic and drains mind, which draining mind makes you immune to like half the ailments in the game. The big downside with Thoth is that he is frail to physical, which would make him completely unusable, except that I got Resist Fizz, which covers that frailty.
And he has such a high magic, you don't even need to put magic chakra on him.
Yeah, he has really high magic growth too. He's gonna end up at 40. And we'll fuse another monkey. This one will have a
Monkey
slightly
is so
different
good.
build.
Where's Monkey 2? Here's Monkey 2.
This one, oops. Actually, Navigate the menu. Diorama, Zeodine. Gotcha.
You'll be able to pay, yes?
So one of my monkeys is gonna have Warcry, one of them's gonna have Diorama. My monkey with Warcry, so Thoth's skill that he learns is skill extension, which makes temporary buffs last longer, so Warcry will last longer. And then I'm gonna give this Thoth heal boost, and he'll be my healer. Next is... Now we got some stuff to buy.
I've just. That one.
Fury Silver.
Oh, I just realized that's smart that you do the buying first so the sellables sell for a little more.
Yeah, that's exactly why I do that. In this case, I can't afford all of the things I need to buy, but always buy as much as you can first.
You have so much money.
This is a lot of money.
Yeah,
So that's
so
a
much
lot of
money.
money.
Oh my.
Okay, well, I definitely don't need to worry about money.
Holy, that's so much.
Volt Silver.
That one. To show. That one.
Okay, Volt Bronze, and then I want 2 books of Zan. I already got one, so that's good. Okay.
Here it is.
Well, what can I
got
do for you, Kuzunoha?
2 axes to fuse, just this one.
Behold.
Starblind Blades is a pretty nice ability that is. It doesn't do very much damage, but it does a lot of damage. It does a lot of shield damage specifically.
If you need to break
which is great.
shield really quickly, I will do exactly that with it in 2 fights. But otherwise, I don't have space to take it for most things. And this Blessings of Mercury just makes all of your demon skills use less magic, which is very, very helpful.
Yeah, it makes them like 80% of their normal cost or something, I think, or 60%, somewhere in there.
I should have
Either way, it makes them quite a bit cheaper, which is very helpful.
2 sakes for this Thoth. You can get him skill extension. So Warcry will last longer. And you get 1 free Book of Patra from left statue, which I don't need 2 sources of Makakaja. Thoth starts with Makakaja, so I can replace Patra with this.
Double monkey.
Alright, there's our final party fused.
And now it is time for us to fight Misaguchi, who, yeah, is probably one of the more infamous bosses in the game. But thankfully, we have the power of Double Monkey, so... But Misaguchi really loves hitting you with status ailments, and so monkeys being immune to most ailments is very, very helpful.
Yeah, they're immune to all the ailments Misaguchi can do. This fight can still be dangerous. Oh shit,
Yeah, the really annoying thing about this fight is that he has, like, quite a lot of HP, and every, like... I want to say every 10% of his HP that he takes, he teleports in the middle of the arena and becomes invincible for a short amount of time and uses this ability that, like, floods the floor with this...
Yeah, these things confuse, which is also really annoying.
Yeah, and then once he gets below 50% HP, he gets access to an ability called Charm Bolt that is kind of annoying to dodge and can inflict charm on your demons. Thankfully, that's not an issue for this party comp. But this attack is just very, very annoying, and so we want to get him down to a good amount of HP that we'll be able to nuke him to prevent him from doing as many of these as possible. We do Spirit Slash at around 40% HP, so we get to skip like 3 of these.
Yeah, I want to kill him with Spirit Slash. Hopefully that... Or I can just die to that.
Oh,
I don't know why my thoughts took so long to heal me, but that's unfortunate. Probably
Yeah.
because he was stuck. Sometimes, so while they won't get confused by the stuff on the floor, they
It
can
can
get
stun lock
stuck.
you,
Yeah,
yeah.
they can get comboed by it.
Let's go.
and yeah, at this point we have a mountain of chakra drops to use, and pretty soon we'll be able to just max out our chakra drop count by purchasing more as well. So that'll be really nice to be able to use when Magnetize is off cooldown.
Unfortunately, using them is still really slow.
Yeah, even with the menu shortcut, it still does take a long time because the menus are just pretty
And
slow.
just the animation for using it is also really slow. Like, ideally, Ideally, you still use some light attacks.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
Oh.
Okay, I'm bad at the game.
Third time's a charm.
I've never quite had this much trouble with this fight, but, I mean, happens. I died in the exact same way twice, which is very cool.
Yeah.
I actually
I
wasn't
mean, I
aware.
did mention that this boss is pretty infamous, and this is doing a decent job of showing why.
Dude, I hit the down button.
Don't get carried away.
I'm kind of surprised that that hit you midair.
I do appreciate that your demons sit there normal attacking instead of using spells when he's invincible. That would be a million
Yeah,
times
that
worse
would
if they just drained all your MP.
Oh, that would be so frustrating if, yeah, they just burned all your MP while he was in iframes.
Yeah, see, they get stuck in there and they can't cast spells.
Yeah, and unfortunately, you do move him around when you're attacking him, and so it's very easy to accidentally push yourself into the confusion wall.
Yeah, and
Hey, dodged it.
when you get confused, your controls get messed up.
Yeah, it inverts your controls when you're confused.
Okay.
And there we go! There's
We
Mr.
got
Genji.
Lost a few more minutes, but that's okay. We are still on pace to finish because I got 5 hours for this run, right? I think that was my estimate.
Yeah.
Okay, so here both my thoughts learn Dia Aura. I need to get rid of that skill right away because it is garbage and they love using it.
Yeah, Dia Aura basically just gives you a regen for a set amount of time. But yeah, they love just spamming it, and it burns a lot of MP, and the regen is really bad. Oh, so Rasputin shows up again, and he sends us into a parallel universe to get us out of the way.
Because of course this
He
game
also
needs
reveals-
parallel universes. Why not?
Yeah, we have time travel and parallel universes. So now we're in alternate Tokyo that's kind of closer. It wasn't mentioned. The Raidou games take place in the fictional year of Taisho 30, which equates to about 1931. Just it's an era that ended much longer before 1931, when like the government or when the military like took over the government or whatever. And so that's why the Raidou games take place in like the 30s, but everything is like all fun and jazz age and stuff. So this sent us into a more closer to modern world version of that, where everything's a lot edgier and missing the letter U.
I used the 2 Zan books I bought to get rid of Dia Oro on my thoughts. As they don't have force attacks, so giving them force and getting rid of that garbage skill at the same time is good.
Yeah, that's really nice. So here we meet Raidou, not to be confused with Raidou.
And
And
Goto,
Goto.
not to be confused with Goto.
Yeah.
What?
I think it would be really funny if it was like the Herald of Yatagarasu instead of the Herald of Yatagarasu.
It should be.
Just removes the letter U from everything. So basically, in order to get out of this universe and get back into our own timeline, we have to collect 3 pieces of this like magical pillar, and each one is being guarded by a different demon. So we get sent to different versions of this alternate Tokyo's world to Dark World in order to fight each of those. So the first one we're going to here is Dark Ginza-cho. The gimmick for this, it's kind of similar to the Red Cape thing, where there's basically just we have to navigate the area tracking down some demons. So there's these 2 moose spells that we have to fight, and fighting both of them will get us access to fight the demon that has the pillar, which is Susanoo. So these moose spell fights are pretty quick. They're very frail to ice, and they also summon Throne, who is also frail to ice, so very quick fights. We did take an encounter there to build up a little bit of Spirit Slash meter.
Yeah, I definitely want to be full Spirit Slash for the next boss, because the next boss has multiple different attacks that can one-shot me, and I want to kill him very quickly.
Yeah, Susanoo has, like, no health, but he also does a lot of stuff that you just really don't want to see him use.
Also, since Vitality is your physical defense, and I haven't taken any Vitality yet, I have very low physical defense and very low health, and he uses really strong physical attacks, so not good.
Thanks. It's time.
It's really, really funny seeing Chernobog get sent at enemies, by the way. Because he doesn't really have, like, an animation. He just, like, yeets himself forward at the enemy.
It's pretty great. So, oops. No, Goto, I don't need you to explain things to me. So thankfully, Chernobog also has use force, which we need to do this part.
Yeah, we pushed that train car forward, which unfortunately blocks us off, so we have to now send our Chernobog on a solo investigation to bonk the train car again so that we can actually get over there. And on the way over there, we're going to have a solo fight against Moosebell with Chernobog, which you'll see why we use Chernobog again for the solo fights, because not only does he have an ice spell, which is good against Moosebell, his basic attack is very quick and very spammable. Poke, 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 poke.
Mr. Poke. Yeah, you can kind of just unlock him.
So now with that, we're able to push the train cart over so that we can finally confront Susan.
Thanks.
Alright, so here what I want to do here is I want to get my buffs set up, and I want to hit him with Starbound Blades and then Ice Spell to set him into weakness, and then immediately Spirit Slash and kill him.
Yeah, again, Starbound Blades is an almighty attack that does very low damage, but does severe shield damage. Which, allows us to break his shield into attack so that we can just... That was an interesting animation.
Yeah,
so that we
sometimes
can
it gets
just Spirit
stuck.
Flash him down.
So this probably doesn't quite kill him, but gets pretty close.
I love the basic, like, low-level demons that he summons to help him out that then just kind of get murdered, or that get bullied once he's gone.
Good.
Say you.
And my thoughts learn Recarm here. Recarm is not very good skill to have. It's kind of just waste of MP.
Yeah, it revives your demons, but ideally our demons aren't going to be dying at all, and it doesn't help with Raidou catching a case of the die. So
I'm gonna check what books I have. I do have a Berserker book, so I'll get rid of Recarm for that. So I have Phys skills. Do I have anything else I might want? Not really, so I won't bother with the other one.
yeah, it's good to have Fizz skills because we're going to be fighting some things that are frail to Fizz soon. So specifically, this game's super boss is actually one of this game's super bosses is actually frail to Fizz. So having access to Berserker is nice for that.
And these.
Let's go.
Again, I want to build up Bulbarg.
Yeah, these are this section is a bunch of just like mini bosses that we really just would rather burst down than have to deal with completely.
Yeah, Omitsunu is
So that's
frail
gonna be
against.
build meters for Orochi
Yeah.
as well.
I don't have to. I will have it
Oh, really?
just from the fights. Yeah,
Oh,
they,
right.
they
yeah.
take long enough.
Oh, yeah, that's fair.
This fight would be kind of crap because he's frail against force, and my force damage is significantly weaker than my other three. Because not only do I
Yeah.
not have Zandine, but I don't have force boost either, and I have the Dyne and boost for all the other elements.
Right. Yeah, I just know because Orochi absolutely sucks to fight because of his special. Or because
Oh,
of
yeah.
his DM is really bad.
Next.
I enjoy that this version of Parvati does an impression of the sound that she makes in Nocturne. So here we have a bit of a puzzle. Basically, we just need to get all the rocks to light up. When we press some rocks, it will light up other ones. It also puts a barrier in the floor. The way we get around that is just by sending our Chernobog over to press the last switch. Or to press the last rock.
Yeah, exactly.
Boop. And doing that summons Omitsunu, who is the next boss we'll be fighting, who has guarding the pillar.
Let's go.
So this should kill him.
Spirit.
Yeah.
Good.
The damage over time ticking you into critical HP while you were doing that.
Yeah.
And with that, we only have one more we need to do. And this next one, basically, in order to summon Orochi, we need to collect a bunch of charms by beating up some elephants.
Yeah, these elephant fights actually really suck because they're only weak to dark, and I don't have that. They also resist physical, and they kind of bully quite a bit.
Yeah, these Shotens are really annoying.
I'm gonna do some
In
stuff
other
first.
routes that can run from fights quicker, you would Spirit Slash one of them, and it'd be like the only opportunity where you would see the Dark Element Spirit Slash. But yeah, it's not worth building up meter twice for that.
That one.
Silver, bronze.
That one. That one. Sell it. Sell it. Sell it.
Okay, we're making the Gaylord now.
Yes.
Yeah, so we will be doing some more sword fusions now. We're going to be making one of the better spears. We're not going to be equipping or using it at all because axes are just so much better. We didn't really talk about why axes are so strong, but basically they just output significantly more damage than any of the other weapon types, and it's not even close.
The last hit of the axe combo is just insanely good. It is very committal to try to use, which is a kind of a serious downside, but it's really just worth it in the places that you can get away with doing the full heavy axe combo. And
yeah, we're
axes...
still going to go down this spear line. Combo Rondo is a nice ability because it boosts your, is it your mag or your spirit gain at high combo levels?
Don't actually remember. It's one of those two.
Yeah. Basically, just a nice reward for having high combo level, which is something we want to do anyway. And then we make the Gay Bolg. The Gay Bolg has the ability Shield Breaker, which just passively boosts all of the damage that we deal to shields, which is nice because, like we said, as enemies get stronger, their shield strength increases, which is doubly true for a lot of the game's super bosses. So having it's very nice.
Yeah. Okay. And I need a Jack Frost.
You'll be able
Yeah,
to
there is a... we need a He-Ho for two things. We do need a Frost Demon to freeze the lake in order... the waterway that we did earlier in order to get access to one of the Shotens. But in addition to needing him for that, there's also a quest in this game where someone just wants a Jack Frost.
You just need to give him a Jack Frost.
Jack Frost.
Yeah, he's just like, yeah, man, I just really, really like Jack Frost. Can you get me one? And so if you do, then that's a quest. And so we have our homeboy here to freeze this lake, and then we'll give him a good home instead of just releasing him into the wild like we do most of our other demons.
Come back.
All right. Oh, I'm very hurt. Right.
Let's go.
So this fight can be kind of scary in some ways.
Yeah, this is a bit of an awkward spot you're in. Okay, we're good. So Mad Rush is a very strong physical ability that can hit multiple times.
Yeah, really,
and
I just want
so
to
getting hit by it can kind of
try to
just kill us.
prevent my thoughts from getting stunned is the big thing I want. Because as long as my thoughts can attack, because like I said, these guys resist physical, so my damage against them kind of sucks. So I need my thoughts to be spamming magic, but we don't have their weakness, so we can't lock them down. We have to just trade hits with them and hope we win.
Yeah, thankfully our monkeys do have resist fizz, but you can still see they're taking a lot of damage from that regardless. The Mad Rush hurts. Which, hey, at least it's not Mad Rush and Raidou 2, which ignores iframes. And so you get hit by it 2 or 3 times and just die.
Stay alert.
Raidou 2's gameplay overall is better than the first game, but it definitely still has moments where you're just like, yeah, this is definitely a game made by people who don't have the largest grasp on action RPGs.
Let's go. Let your spirit burn. Attack! Here goes.
Okay, these fights actually aren't going too bad. They can go much worse than this.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Oh yeah, it's down at the pier. I'm like, where?
Let's go.
No, there's one more.
Yeah.
Stay alert.
Final group of elephants, and then we'll have the boss for this section, which is Yamato no Orochi. And this is another fight where we really want to blow up the fight immediately because he has a desperation attack that is probably one of the most nasty ones in the game.
Let's go.
Yeah, it's really gross.
So we really want to get rid of him as soon as possible. Also, I know it's supposed to be like a prove your worth sort of thing, but it's sort of messed up that this one Shoten sent us on a quest to kill his friends.
Yeah.
Nice Persian vase there for a lot more money. Like, our money situation's pretty good, but we are going to be buying some really expensive stuff soon. Once we get back to Tokyo proper, or to our Tokyo, we will have access to buy gold. Actually, I think it's when we get to the final chapter. We'll have access to buy gold materials, which is the final tier of weapon crafting materials, and each of those are all very, very expensive per purchase. So we definitely are going to want the money, because the last couple of axe upgrades we get all require gold.
Thankfully, Orochi has very little health, so he just gets blown up like that.
Yeah. Poor Endem boys. Hey guys, what did I miss? Oh no! Mitama's noises are very funny.
Oh, I was supposed to have parted with that Agathian a while ago. I guess I'll do it now.
Oh.
Whoops.
Oh, well.
Tanking extra level up animations.
Be free!
Get out of here. Leave you in the alternate reality.
Well,
I love in the any percent route, that's a Preda, and it's like a Preda that's like at that point has hit level 30 something. And so we just release a level 30 Preda into the wilds of another Tokyo for everyone else to deal with. But yeah, that's chapter 9 done. We only have 3 more chapters left. One of them is another like 5-minute chapter. That is not this chapter though. This chapter is actually a little meatier.
A little bit more involved, yeah.
But then chapter 11 is another 5-minute chapter, and then the final chapter we're going to be doing a lot of stuff because we'll need to finish up all the case files, which we're going to do a decent number of them here as well.
Yeah, these last few chapters we ramp up the number of case files we're doing, mostly because, like, they're almost all unlocked now, and we're higher levels, so any of the ones that involve fights we can do faster. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to head over to Dark Ginza, and there's a Nue here who has a streetcar pass that is just willing to just give it to us, and that makes the streetcars free, which...
Yeah, so we don't have to pay for
at this point
anymore.
Yeah, at this point the money doesn't matter too much, but that little text box every time you have to pay for the streetcar, skipping that is nice.
Yeah. Nadagar Haramicho, basically, Narumi, that's a fun sentence to say, has gone missing and has left us a letter being like, I'm gonna take care of this by myself, don't look for me. And we're like, oh, that's weird, let's see if the, Navy knows anything, because they kind of beat the crap out of him earlier. Also, we should probably let them know that we are actually alive, since we kind of went missing for a bit.
One of the red
also,
soldiers...
apparently the Hell's Pawns just made a raid on the Navy HQ.
right. We lost.
But we end up deducing that that Narumi just decided to go after what's his face? Munakata himself for personal reasons. Also, we're gonna visit Kiyoshi and Denpachi again just to see how they're doing. We get more money for doing this, so that's cool. They just give us life updates, things have gotten better for Kiyoshi as far as his factory is concerned, and then Denpachi's feeling better and has mended his relationship with his sister and such. Oh, also Rasputin's here.
Yeah, he's broken into the detective agency and he's mocking us again. I think this is the point where the satellite gets launched and he points that out to us and says, this is the satellite that controls the soulless god, which we don't know what that means at this point.
Yeah, he lets us know, hey, so basically with the launching of the satellite, my contract is filled, so I'm not your enemy anymore. So he, with his contract fulfilled, he gives us the location of, where we need to go to stop Munakata.
Yeah, which is the same base he was in before, but the entrance we used is now closed, so we have to use a different one.
Yeah, and then he gives us the materials and stuff we need to get in because he's like, "Yeah, I'm just kind of going to go on vacation in this era now. I don't really care. You know, have fun, do whatever, live your life." So we put these orbs into these fish's eyes to power them, except this one gets stuck, so we have to use force on it because the game just loves taking time, I guess, making sure we have a Fury Demon with us still.
A very complicated puzzle. We got to step on both these switches.
Yeah. I usually like to have Raidou run to the left one, so then the demon ends up close to the right one, but
I guess
like
that's
a tiny,
probably a
tiny
bit
thing.
faster, yeah.
Yeah, it's like a tiny thing, but it feels a little faster. So this quest basically just ends up being the exact same. Or this dungeon is literally the exact same as the other side. There's a bunch of nether gates, we have to break them, and then eventually we'll have to talk to an Ipandatara again to get a wall taken down.
Yeah. So, Hoth has the same properties as Ghoul in regards to red chests, so we can use him instead of Ghoul for getting money now.
I didn't realize he was considered undead, or had the money thing. That's
Yeah, I don't think it's not based on undead specifically.
Or-
I don't know. I don't know how it
I think
works.
it's undead and one other kind that gets it, and I think Thoth fits that requirement. Because I know the red chests are based on demon personality type.
Yeah, they definitely are. I just don't know what the pattern is.
Yeah, so like Ghoul was undead personality, and I guess money is undead and plus one other one. I just usually do undead because that's the one I always remember.
Because Ipandatara also works. He's definitely not undead,
Yeah.
though. Is he?
He is.
Oh.
He has the same speech pattern as Ghoul does.
That was not the right way. Whoops.
Yeah, Ipandatara is considered undead as far as his personality's concerned.
Supposed to go this way.
Let's go. Good.
Say you.
Okay.
So this is Arahabaki of the Unbroken Gods, and we wake him up by breaking him. Also, Arahabaki is a fraud, and he's weak to Fizz.
Yeah, he's literally weak to Fizz in this game.
I like to call him Ara Fraudbaki.
What?
What? Yeah, it's the guy with the tumultuous relationship with Fizz.
Alright,
So here we find a tainted gate. Those are the ones that only demons can walk through, and that's blocking our path. And we can't really send a demon to like go confront Munakata, so we need to find a Ipandatara to take the gate down for us.
I'll skip this Ipandatara's dialogue because I'm falling a bit far behind here. I don't want to waste too
Okay.
much time.
Yeah, that's fair.
I'd probably be fine, but we gotta see it once.
Good.
We're approaching 40-40 with strength and magic.
For the cap.
Once we've got that, we'll start going into vitality, and so we'll actually have some defense and not get as blown up.
Yeah, we're gonna upgrade our axe to the Mjolnir, and then to another one right after that, which name I'm forgetting, and that will give us the strength we need.
There's also
I think it also gives us magic.
sense. It does, yeah. You get 2 points of magic, I think.
Is there a game where Arahabaka is neutral to physical? I actually don't know. Probably, I think maybe like some of his P3 versions where you have like split damage.
That's the wrong way. Whoops, that is not what I meant to do. Whoops.
Wrong. Stay alert.
So I'll grab this because I came down here by mistake, forgetting how to move through this area. So-
In Persona 3, he has some various Fizz attributes that he's neutral to. Except for in Reload. Oh, Soul Hackers 2, he's neutral to Fizz, but Null's Gum. I love walls. I think the reason why we all love Ippondatara so much is because he's just complete SpongeBob humor.
Forgot about this gate.
Oh yeah, SMT if he is neutral to Fizz as well.
Good.
Actually, he's neutral to Fizz in all of the Megaten. Why is he a dude with a sword in Megami Tensei 2? What? I'm like looking and it's all like the Claydol design, and then randomly I get up to Megami Tensei 2 and it's just some random dude with a sword.
Alright, so we find Narumi down here. He's trying to confront Munakata, but he obviously does not have what it takes to do that. So we say, don't worry, we got this. This fight can be a bit scary.
Yeah. This is like the other worst fight in the original version that's kind of rough in this one, but not as bad.
Yeah, he doesn't have that much health, so usually we can get him down pretty quickly.
Yeah, he doesn't have health, and he's technically frail to all elements, but he has a very beefy shield. Oh, so the super weapon... Oh, multiple things happen. So Boat Dude is actually the guy, Sakona Hakona, has been possessing Munakata this whole time, so instead of being Boat Dude, in this game he's Man Dude. Also, the Super Soldier Project was this giant battleship that now has transformed into a giant robot and is burning the capital to the ground, because of reasons. So yeah, Man Dude here hits pretty hard, but he doesn't have very much health, and he is technically frail to all elements.
Yeah, so ideally I really just want to kill him as fast as possible. There's not much more to this fight.
Yeah, occasionally Munakata will actually try fighting back, and he will like be stunned for a while.
So yeah, hope to like get him almost dead during this.
Yeah. And then after he does it once or twice, he'll realize that it's happening, and he'll actually fake you out. And then at that point, he phase changes, and he gains access to a really awful ability.
Yeah, to get rid of your demons.
Yeah, he can force your demons back into their tubes, and they will be tubed for, I think it's like 40 seconds or something.
It's a while.
Which in this game is a literal eternity. But in the original, if he tubed your demons, they were tubed permanently.
Good.
But yeah, thankfully in this version, that fight's not too bad, and we took him out before he could do any of his nastier attacks. So as we find out that Sakona Hakona is actually also from some time in the distant future, and was trying to like take over Japan for some reason. We're not entirely sure why. But yeah, now the robot's kind of burning things.
Yeah, now we got a pretty bad situation where there's a giant Gundam torching the city. So we obviously need to do something about that.
Yeah, and so that's what episode 11 is. This is, again, like another, like, 5-minute chapter. A little longer because we're doing a few side quests in the meantime. But basically, this chapter is entirely around figuring out how to stop the Gundam. And we decided the best way to deal with it is that the control satellite that was launched into space, if we were able to destroy the control satellite, we will deactivate the robot entirely, because it can't receive orders from 1 and 1 anymore. So basically, this whole chapter is us just figuring out how to access the control satellite, because we need a rocket to get into space. Thankfully, this scientist dude has been building a rocket. But since we only have one rocket, and the satellite's relatively small and flying around, we need to be able to, like, get the calculations to actually use the satellite.
Yeah.
So here we stop by Harami so that we can get the report, so that we can get all of the specifications for the satellite.
Thankfully, the satellite was built using the military, so the military has its specs, so we can get those to help us figure out how to locate it and hit it. But that's not quite enough, because, you know, this is... we're not in the far future right here. We can't just look at some plans on paper and calculate how to intercept a satellite flying through space. So we need something that is very good at crunching numbers. So we're going to ask Victor. I forget what Victor tells us here. I think he's the one who tells us
that he could do it, but numbers aren't, like, really his thing.
Yeah. So we have to go find someone else.
What can I do?
Before I leave here, though, I'm gonna...
Oh, yeah. Gonna buy Sati and Flamus. Like we mentioned, we need Aramitama, Sati, and Flamus to turn in for a quest, so we're just gonna buy them from the comp right here. Since the quest is in the science lab, and we'll be going back there. So we realize, oh yeah, there happens to be a super advanced android from the future that's just kind of chilling in Tokyo right now. We should ask him for help, because he's not working with the bad guys anymore. Also, we give this dude his Hiho, and he's very happy and leaves.
Your skills have improved, Raidou.
And we can do the final sword quest.
Yeah, so he wants the Vannergand, or the equivalently tiered sword, or spear. And so if we do that, we get a really, really good summoner skill, or summoner passive. In addition, we get another slot. We get another passive slot as well, so we can actually equip it. So here we find Rasputin trying to flirt up Tai, and she's not very impressed. But he's so focused on flirting that he doesn't want to help us, and so we kind of have to coerce him a little bit.
Apparently you can knock out a robot with a bottle to the head.
Yeah.
It's like in my dreams.
This game is very slapstick. So in order to make sure we have a captive audience to do the calculations, Victor has removed Rasputin's head from his body so that we can... and we'll only reattach it if he will do the math for us. So he gives us all of the calculations and all of the data that we need to launch the satellite, so now we can report back to Science Dude so we can plug those calculations in and launch the satellite. Being human, Raidou himself is incapable of actually going to space. So we'll be sending our mushroom into space, and to make sure he doesn't get into any trouble, we're going to be sending our cat into space with our mushroom.
Your skills have
Yeah.
improved, Raidou.
So whatever demon you choose to send into space does actually die, but that's not very consequential, because if you want to, you just register in the compendium and buy them back. We don't need Chernobog for anything else, so we're not going to bother doing that.
So,
07's in chat as we launch our cat into space.
We made it.
And now we have the satellite. This is a pretty simple fight. The satellite core is protected by these 3 shield generators. We just simply use Warcry to buff our attack, and then attack all of these, and then break all the generators in a couple of hits. Again, Chernobog is very, very good at poking things quickly.
As long as I don't get stunned. Very annoying. As long as it'll let me lock onto things properly. No point in dealing with the power.
Well done. The shields are down.
Yeah, and now we just poke the core to death. Poke, 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 poke.
This should put a stop to the soulless god.
I love the powers to like shoving you around during the dialogue.
Right.
So yeah, we successfully stopped the Soulless God, but our cat explodes. Rip, cat. Also, we find out during that dialogue that this whole time that Goto was actually Raidou Kuzunoha the First, who took on the form of a cat to basically train all of his successors. And now we're in the final chapter.
It looks
So we defeated the Soulless God. Things are kind of in ruins, though, because like half the city got burned down.
And then there's another one.
And then Kaya shows up again and reveals that the being that has been possessing Kaya this entire time is actually Raidou Kuzunoha the 40th, who is from the future and basically sometime between SMT1 and SMT2, where the world has been nuked, Tokyo Millennium has been built, but like life sucks for the majority of humanity.
Godspeed.
And basically has traveled back in time to destroy the past to prevent the future from happening. So wants to prevent SMT1 in about the worst way possible. Also, the cat from the parallel universe has followed us, and now we're being followed by a parallel universe cat.
Yeah, and despite our Goto dying, he still somehow is talking to us. So we've got Goto and Goto both pestering us.
Yeah, this was added to the remaster of the game since Goto was upkeeping the detective journal, and they added case files to the remaster, which did not originally exist. They wanted you to still be able to do those while in the final chapter, especially because there's a lot of stuff that's exclusive to the final chapter. And so, as a result, they added this little bit where other Goto follows you and interacts with you. Because in the original, the final chapter, you did the entire thing solo.
Which is actually way better. It actually gives weight to Goto dying, but whatever. Oh yeah, it's just a cell.
The bit in the ending of, like, foreshadowing him coming back also was not in the original. That was also added to this version. In the you didn't get Goto back until the beginning of Raidou 2 in the original, when you're like, oh, he's alive.
That one.
But they had to make some concessions to make game mechanics work, so I get it.
That one.
So here we're buying a bunch of stuff so that we can fuse the Mjolnir and then be ready to fuse the weapon after the Mjolnir once we get a material. We don't have one of the unique materials that we need to fuse the final axe is in the final dungeon of the game. So in order to get access to that, we'll have to wait until then. But we can at least make the Mjolnir now for a power-up.
What can I do for you, Kuzunoha?
And now we need to fuse another demon for a quest. Specifically, what quest wants a Pixie with Agidyne. So the way we're going to make that is Pixie and... Our Flamus has Agidyne, so we can do Pixie and Flamus to make Epon Datra. Then we can downfuse that Epon with an Eros to get a Pixie with Agidyne.
Yeah, this quest was added to basically reference Raidou 2 because High Pixie in Raidou 2 has Agidyne. And so it's like, oh, you fused the Pixie that became High Pixie. That's cute.
You'll be able to pay, yes?
Sword alchemy. Need this one.
So will you?
Mjolnir. So yeah, Mjolnir's ability
Behold.
increases the power of your of all abilities while increasing their mag cost.
Yeah, I won't equip it right now because I have a bunch of smaller stuff that I don't want to spend a bunch of extra magic for, but I'll equip it before Bubs.
Right. And then we also have Righteous Heart, which we got from completing that sword quest, which I don't remember what it does, but it's really good.
It increases spirit gain, just overall, like everything that gives you spirit gives you more.
Come back, Shinsekai.
So now at this point, we have the typical get your strength from your friends thing. So we have to go to all of the friends we made over the course of the game and make them hold on to our pillar so that we can collect their energy to open the gate to the final dungeon.
Yeah, which I'm gonna do now, but I'm actually not gonna go to the final dungeon for quite a while because I'm gonna do most of the quest cleanup.
Yeah. As a reminder, in order to do the final case file that we'll be doing in this run, you have to hit level 66 in order to be able to fuse Belial. Here we're turning into Pixie with Hagidine to this ninja dude. And then he'll take it over to Nagi, and then we'll see them in Raidou 2.
Your skills have improved, Raidou.
But,
It's not the right place. Here.
I lost my train of thought.
Something about Belial.
Oh, yeah, we have to be level 66 to fuse Belial for the the last quest that we'll be doing. And the fights in the final dungeon give quite a lot of EXP. And so we kind of want to put them off until fairly late once we've gotten, like, all of the other EXP that we can get, because the EXP we still get from those fights is quite high. That way we can just make the most out of all of the EXP that we're actually guaranteed to get before we have to start dealing with using Grimoires.
Yeah.
So here we have the one random Jack Frost that shows up in the Black, or the like couple of random Jack Frost that show up in the Black Frost fight.
Yeah. My thoughts like to focus them because they have their weakness, which is fine by me, because Thoth, in addition to being frail to Fizz, which I cover with Resist Fizz, he's also frail to Dark, which I can't cover. So he can't actually get bullied by enemies with Mudo.
A he horde of them, if you will. So there's a bunch of these random, like, mini-boss fights that have popped up all around Tokyo now that we just do a quick fight and it unlocks a demon for fusion. So here we do a fight against, we did a fight against Black Frost, here we have a fight against Moat that's very similar. He summons a bunch of zombies to try to fight you. But he's weak to electricity, so once the Thoths have dealt with all of the zombies, they can show up and deal with Moat. One thing to be careful about is these bosses that have Megiddo, because Megiddo really hurts.
It does, yeah.
And that's Moat down, and now we just have
Belphegor.
Belphegor X, yep. So Belphegor is a bit of an interesting fight. He kind of has a bit of a gimmick to him where he perpetually will spam unblockable attacks and can't be stunned normally. So you sort of just have to Spirit Slash him down.
Yeah, it's not really worth dealing with his gimmick. When he dies really easily to a Spirit Slash, like, basically I just need a Terrakaja and a Zeo and he'll almost die.
Spirit.
He also has a time limit.
Yeah, and so dealing with all of the unblockable stuff with the time limit is just not really fun.
Good.
It is fun that he's like sitting on an old-timey toilet, though. I do enjoy that detail. And now we're pumping our vitality so that we can tank up a lot more.
Yeah, especially the final boss having high vitality is really useful because that fight is actually very scary.
Yeah, there's a lot There's a lot going on during the final boss fight. Just a lot of damage happening everywhere, so having a lot of health is helpful for that.
So there is one kind of pretty annoying side quest where you basically have to find an enemy that only spawns randomly around the Dark Realm. So I'm just going to pop an Attract Water and just run around here until I find that enemy. It's not that big of a deal because I need to grind experience anyway. Oh, no, wait, that's not it.
Wrong cow.
Wrong cow. Yeah, I have to grind experience anyway, and the enemies here aren't too bad compared to the optimal grinding spot.
Let's go.
Yeah, these are roughly the enemies we'd be grinding on anyway.
Yeah, they're just more spread out.
Well done. Come
Yeah, and then there's the like couple of low-level things that show up. But yeah, so we're looking for a Kudan. Kudan is kind of a rare... I almost want to say Metal Slime-like enemy, but really you don't even get that much EXP from killing Kudan anyway.
Come back.
It's just like a rare, weird enemy that if you were to fuse, like, theoretically has some good stuff. So we're just looking for the Kudan, because there's a quest to kill one of them.
Yeah, exactly.
So hopefully we see a Kudan. It's entirely random when Kudan shows up, but you have to find Kudan in a dark world.
It's time.
Because even though there are Kudans that show up in the
Training hall,
in the
they're not
training
the
hall,
same
where we're
ones.
going to be doing most of our grinding, those Kudans don't actually count as real Kudans. They're like hints for puzzles and such.
Come back.
This is much.
So you have
Come back.
Yeah, this is longer to show up than usual, but like I say, I have to grind anyway, so this is not the end of the world.
Well done.
Yeah, all of this EXP is just going towards our goal anyway, because we have to grind to a certain point before we head to the final dungeon, just to make sure that once we've killed all of the bosses in the final dungeon, we will be ready
Thanks.
to just grow more up.
It's time.
But yeah, I think this is actually the longest I think I've seen it take to get Kudan, so...
It's time.
Yeah, same here.
Thanks. Let's go. Thanks.
He does show up here, for sure.
Let's go.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Good.
And she's just a random chance to just replace an enemy, so eventually she'll show up.
Come back.
That angel really didn't want to spawn.
Yeah, after level up screens, there's a delay where nothing can spawn. Going through multiple attract waters. I'll buy a couple more before heading to training hall. I mean, I'm pretty sure I have enough, but whatever.
Thanks.
Actually, no, I'll just...
It's time.
If I run out of them while grinding, it's not a big deal.
It's time.
Wow, she really doesn't want to show up, eh?
Well done. It's time.
Yeah, I guess if nothing else, you could, like, before diving into the final dungeon, you could run around a little bit in Dark Tsukita Cho, but...
Yeah, it's a lot more efficient to just do it here, though, because I need to grind anyway.
Sure.
Next. It's time.
There she is.
Oh, this is Kudan. She's basically weak to everything, but she has Endure and she likes to run away, so...
Let's go.
We just try to lock her down and take her out. And there she goes. There's Kudan.
Your skills have improved, Raidou.
Okay. Now we can go to the training hall.
Yeah, so the main training hall is right next to the, is accessed via the shrine. It's 10 floors. You unlock a new floor every single chapter. So you can't clear out the training hall until the final chapter anyway. And then the final floor doesn't unlock until you've unlocked the Beelzebub fight. Beelzebub being one of the game's super bosses. So basically, each floor of the training hall has a couple of treasures, has some stuff that you could pick up. We're going to be picking up a couple of the treasures on the lower floors, mostly stuff that are either incenses or grimoires, so this does have a
This fight is my bathroom break because I can just turn on Turbo.
Yeah, so we'll be doing this fight on floor 2. On floor 4, we will have a quest where we will be fighting Yoshitsune to unlock him for fusion. And then we'll have a series of 3 fights that we'll be doing on 3 of the floors that are part of the Trial of 100 Demons. And those quests are all the prerequisites to unlock Beelzebub, or unlock the Beelzebub fight, which we will then be doing on floor 10. In the meantime, because each of the prerequisite fights have to be started on a certain moon cycle, Shaggy will be running around on specific floors to grind for EXP by using field kills, which is the most effective way to get EXP in this game. And then once he kills Beelzebub, he'll be running around fighting encounters in order to hit about level 53 and some change. And this will set us up so that killing a bunch of the bosses in the final dungeon and using our grimoires will give us level 66.
Alright, I'm back.
Welcome back. I was just explaining kind of the training hall, the quest, and the...
Yeah, don't worry. I had my headphones on so I could hear.
Okay, cool. What? What? Fighting an army of demons and a demon spawned?
Let's go.
Alright.
Your skills have improved, Raidou.
Go down to basement 4. 2 chests I'll grab on this floor.
Come.
I will fight all the enemies too.
Next. Let's go. Well done.
And we'll fight Yoshi.
Yep.
This fight's meant to be done on quite a bit lower level, so it's not very hard.
Let's go.
Yeah, you fight a couple of Kurama Tengu before him, and then he spawns, and yeah, you're meant to do this quest at, like, chapter 5 or 6. In chapter 5. And so, yeah, it's, we're a little past that point. So eventually he spawns in. He likes using Fizz skills, but we have Spirit Slash, so...
Yeah, this won't quite kill him, but it'll mostly kill him.
Your skills have improved, Raidou.
Okay, now I'm gonna
So
switch
as...
summoner skills.
Yeah, we're just swapping to things that have a good area of effect. As the name suggests, the Trial of 100 Demons requires us to fight 100 demons. And so, in order to better deal with that, we will set a bunch of abilities that are do good area of effect. Oops, we hit the good on.
That's not what I meant to do.
Return.
Yeah, to start this quest, we have to just basically run laps around the map until the thing spawns.
Yeah, this one I specifically think you need to do a lap of the area, or most of it.
Something like that, yeah. And so yeah, it's another thing like the training challenge where it's a lot of enemies that have like very little health, and so popping a Megadolion will wipe a wave, throwing out a heat wave will usually clear
That
most
is
of the wave.
not who I wanted to target.
Certainly we just want to be wave clearing as quickly as we can. None of these enemies are super difficult, but just dealing with them in a timely manner.
Some of them get kind of sketchy actually, but
yeah, the ones
bad.
that have chatter skulls in them are pretty bad.
Yeah, the chatter skulls and the big skeletons can be bad.
Oh yeah, the Gaspadokaros.
Yeah.
Yeah, the chatter skulls have access to Petra, which can inflict petrification on you, which is really, really bad, because they can stone you and then break you and you just die. They also like tossing out Mudo skills, which will just cut down your HP pretty quickly, leaving you open to getting one shot.
Here goes.
Yeah.
There's more. There's more. Watch the enemy carefully. There's more.
Alright, that's Trial of Under Demons #1.
Now the next one needs to be... Yeah, it's a new. Okay.
Your skills have improved,
Yeah.
Raidou.
What level am I?
Yeah, while we're waiting for new to hit, we're gonna go to a floor that we can one-shot the demons in and just
Yeah. Actually, it's
continue
almost
grinding
new
for a
already.
little bit. Yeah.
Next. It's time.
Do a half lap of this, and then head down. Southwest corner. Good. Get out of my way.
That that running animation on that new A was very interesting. It's shuffling very aggressively in your general direction.
There's more.
What's wrong, Raidou?
Ow.
You must heal. There's more.
Defense is lacking.
Yeah, these fights get really chaotic, and there's Mudos everywhere, and they can hit my thoughts, and then I can almost die.
Yeah, because when the thoughts get hit by Mudo, because they're frail to it, they will get stunned for a while. And so if your
Yeah.
thoughts are locked down and you happen to start getting hit a lot, then you can just end up dying.
Watch the enemy.
Yeah, exactly.
Or they can die, which is also bad. Yeah, you see how many Mudos are just kind of
They're
flying
just kind of
around.
flying all over the place.
And now it's time for us to cull the number of Nekomatas with catastrophic results.
Alright, so that's that trial. Let's pick up 2 chests on this floor, north and east. Okay.
Your skills have improved, Raidou.
Okay, now I need to spin to full o'clock, so we'll grind some levels while doing that.
Let's go. Good. It's time. Come then. It's time. Let's go. Next, it's time. Let's go. Let's go.
Monkey throwing the book at them.
Well,
This... okay. 1 chest on basement 8 I want to grab.
And this wave kind of stinks because it starts with Gachidokuro, who can do very similar things to the Chatter Skulls.
Yeah. They have Mamudo even, which has even more likelihood to lock down. Thankfully, they don't like to use it quite as much.
Yeah, they really like to basic attack for whatever reason, which is, you know, nice because it
Completely
doesn't
fine.
lock down your monkeys.
There's some Mamudo trying to lock down my monkeys. These guys aren't too bad, they just spam fizz.
Use your gun.
I should use the other buffs though. It is worth it for this one.
Yeah, now we're getting to the point that, like, we're more or less on level for this quest, and so
Yeah.
things are going to hit harder and actually take a few more hits than just getting one shot.
Yeah, these are still intended to be weak demons, but they're not getting one shot anymore.
Watch the enemy carefully.
That was a very nice heat wave.
That was a very heat wave.
You can see how long that stun lasts, it's kind of brutal.
Defense is lacking. Don't get carried away.
Ow.
What?
Why did that take so long to spawn?
Hi guys, sorry I'm late.
There
Okay, there's one chest I want to grab on this floor, then we'll go fight Bubs. Unfortunately, Bubs is weak to Force, which is my weakest damage type. Oh yeah, I'm also supposed to... This is where I set Diamond Disposition. I should end up with 40-40 there, which I did. Actually, good pay attention. I have... Okay, that's the correct number of Grimoires.
Next.
Alright, so this fight can be kind of scary. The first part of the fight isn't really that bad, because Bubs isn't actually here.
Yeah, you just have to deal with a couple hordes of enemies.
Just kind of buff up. Nebrios is a pretty annoying enemy to fight, but not really that dangerous.
Yeah, same issues before. He heavily resists Fizz and likes to throw out Mudo.
Yeah, likes to spam Mudos, which forces me to use my MP. Pay attention to Warcry. Okay, let's go. There he is.
Yeah, so we're going to immediately pop Spirit Slash to get rid of the ads as soon as possible, so it can be just us and Beelzebub in the fight. Beelzebub likes to be obnoxious and kind of teleport everywhere, so we use our gun to lock him down a little bit, so he is a little less teleport happy, so our monkeys can do work. He also likes to spam Megiddo, and his Megiddo really, really hurts. So it's pretty important that we don't get caught in the middle of it.
Yeah, thankfully we do.
He also has a weird...
Getting a little bit of vitality, so we're not one-shot with it if we have double Rakukaja, but it's a lot. And look at, like, that's his normal attack.
Yeah, his basic attack still is like half of our HP. The other annoying quirk about his Megiddo is that because of how much stuff is going on, he likes to just use it with zero telegraphing, so it can just kind of start up while we're going in.
Yeah.
Devil's Bane.
That was a good dodge.
How did that miss? Okay. This is kind of why I struggle to use heavy attacks, because they're so slow and the enemy's attacks can often be so fast that you leave yourself really open a lot of the time when they're not, unless they're stunned.
The other weird thing with the axe specifically is it does a ton of damage, but it doesn't have very good hit feedback on it. Which can make it a little awkward to use sometimes, I find. Compared to like what you would usually expect from like a heavy weapon in any other action RPG.
Good.
Alright, well that was a pretty
Beelzebub
decent
down.
fight, yeah.
Yeah, that's one of the game's like 2 or 3 super bosses taken care of. Pretty good fight. At this point now we're going to be doing a little bit more grinding. We're going to grind to level 53. Before we then go in and actually do the final dungeon.
Should be level 50. Okay, that works. We'll grind on floor 5. Oh no, we'll grind on floor 6, sorry.
It's time. Let's go.
So yeah, we need to get to 53, 7k to 54, then that's enough that the final dungeon bosses plus the Grimoires we have will get us high enough level to fuse Belial.
Thanks. It's time.
I also do want to recruit a Sybil at some point during this. I'll wait a little bit, because I don't want to deal with her level up animations.
Yeah, Sybil has access to the Allure spell, and we need Allure to get through the final dungeon.
And Inspect.
And Inspect as well, right?
To
She's
find...
a bolt.
Yeah, I need it to find the material for the final axe.
Right. Monkey.
It's time. Next, let's go. It's time. Let's go. Let's go. Well, let's go.
Next one I see, I'll just grab.
Well done. It's time. Next, it's time. Good.
52.
Come back. It's time.
Yeah, thankfully this game, like,
Let's go.
throws so much incense at you, basically like it's candy, so it's actually pretty easy to have really high stats.
Yeah, it is.
New face.
Round and round.
How about this? Good.
So glad to meet you.
It's time. Come back. Let's go. Come back. Come back. Next, come back.
Say you.
It's time. Well done. Let's go.
Say you.
Something about the zooming at the screen there just kind of made me laugh.
I'm actually gonna switch my two thoughts to life gain here, just for a bit of safety. Normally I would switch to magic chakra at this point. We'll do life gain instead. I can buy smoke balls at this point. They're not that expensive, so I don't really need fast escape.
Come back. Thanks. It's time. Good.
Yes, there's
Yeah,
50.
and the thought that you have with you is already fairly close to 40, so...
Yeah, 38 and 36 are what the two of them are at, so... Normally I'd buff them to 40 right now, but we'll do life gain instead.
Well done.
Probably
Come back.
like... That's probably enough right there.
Come back.
We'll grab that guy.
Well done.
Alright, and then head out.
Yeah, that is the training hall cleared out, so now we're finally going to that beetle that we collected all the way back in, like, Chapter 5. We're finally going to turn that in.
Yep.
Raidou just had a little pet beetle this whole time. And then, coincidentally, that quest turn-in is, like, right next to the entrance to the final dungeon, so...
Yeah, that's the main reason we do it now.
Yeah.
Your
Oh, yeah.
skills have improved, Raidou.
The final dungeon is fairly long and involves refighting all of the game's major bosses. So there's still...
Most of them.
Yeah, most of them. There's still quite a bit to do.
Yeah. So basically, the Raidou the 40th has tried to escape to the future to replan their efforts to defeat us or whatever, and so instead we're going to chase them to the future to fight them and get Kaya back. And because we're in the Akarana corridor, which is kind of a corridor of the ages or whatever, the game's way of having us experience that is having us refight all the bosses, except now they're a way higher level. So we'll be fighting all of the chapter bosses except for all of the chapter bosses through chapter 8 except for Chernobog.
Protect your demons.
Because heck, Chernobog specifically, I guess. But it also thankfully means we don't have to refight Sakona Hakona, because that would be really annoying.
Let's go. Blazing spirit.
Here, because these bosses tend to have so much more HP. With like Ichimoku, and we're just kind of gonna pop Spirit Slash whenever.
Yeah, it's not a big deal here. Not worth trying to skip phases or anything.
Yeah, we still do skip one of the phases at least, but... But yeah, we're not really going to be able to do any like DM skips because of how much beefier these bosses are now.
Alright. At this point, my thoughts kind of do a crazy amount of damage, because Diamond Disposition, their boost skills, they're super high magic. So I'm going to try my best to just feed them MP with using primarily light attacks, because that leaves me fairly safe, and then they can just destroy things. And also because they have Shield Breaker, that the enemy will spend a lot of time stun locked.
Let's go.
Should only need one fight here for Bar.
Let's go.
So here's Red Cape. Once again, every chunk, like every third of his HP, he's gonna make himself invincible so that he can throw cars. I don't remember if he does the heal in the refight or not.
Can't remember either.
Also, sometimes he just does really weird things and teleports nowhere for a while. But now that we have Phoenix Step, it is easier for us to land the Devil's Bane counter on him. That time we didn't quite get it because the camera was doing some weird stuff, but we do have a lot larger of a window to land that than we did before.
I don't have quite as much Spirit Slash as I would like, because I'd like to have it around like now. Yeah, he got the heal off. Okay, so I didn't quite do that right.
Do it, yeah. Yeah, ideally you would still skip the heal on the last...
What?
Oh, wow.
Okay. I shouldn't have tried to use Magnetize there.
As it turns out, getting hit by a flying car is fatal. Alright.
I didn't use the second Rakukaja there. I wonder if I would have lived if I did. Okay, don't get hit by the car. Prioritize dodging it.
Let your spirit burn. Raidou.
Devil's Bane.
Okay, this time I got my Spirit Slash in time. I don't know why it was different.
Spirit.
Oh, yeah. I think it just depends on it, because you might have just like been able to combo him a little bit more, since the amount of slash you gain is based on your combo.
Well, that fight went much better.
Good.
Yeah.
Round and round.
Now Rasputin is next. Very nice of them to put all the elect weak ones together so I don't have to switch.
Yeah, it really puts into perspective the fact that the first 3 bosses of the game are all weak to electricity, which is kind of funny. Or, I guess, you know, if you ignore Chernobog.
Ignore Chernobog because it skips him.
Yeah. See, not even I remember Chernobog exists. How can I expect the game to remember him? Yeah, if you talk to the, like, hourglasses, they give you, like, a glimpse into events that happened during that decade. Which is, like, kind of cool, but then, like... they did a kind of weird thing where, they decided to change the 2021 to be a... because we're following the timeline of SMT1, where the world gets nuked to oblivion in the 90s. And most of the other hourglasses follow that pattern of, oh, the world got nuked in the 90s and then went into SMT1. And then for some reason, the developers decided to throw in a nod to the COVID pandemic in the 2020s. When it's like, presumably that wouldn't have happened in the SMT1 timeline. It's a very strange, like, it's one of those things I get why they did it, or sort of, but it is just kind of weird. From a lore standpoint.
You're not half bad.
This fight sucks if my thought with Potpourri gets muted. Because unfortunately they're not immune to mute. Ow.
Hey, at least you got the extra mag gain from being poisoned when you shot him in the face.
Nice.
Like the one time that skill ever actually does anything.
Raidou.
There's more.
Alright. That was a bit scuffed, but whatever.
Yeah. Thankfully this fight isn't like... is pretty fast once you get going. He doesn't have that much HP, but yeah, he can... There can be some shenaniganry ensuing in the meantime with if the dolls start to do stuff, especially the machine gun one. That one's really obnoxious.
It's very hard to get away from those attacks, and they just knock you down.
Good.
Say you. Say you.
Funky. I know the reason is because they're like really good demons and drain like all magic, but it is kind of amusing to me that you made another SMT route revolve around monkeys.
Yeah, I thought the same thing. It's like, oh, this game has a monkey route now. Different monkey.
Hi, Susan. Bye, Susan. So now we'll be summoning Sibylle. This is the screen where we both need to investigate in order to get to grab a upgrade material, and also those two fine gentlemen over there, the Oni and the Yakuza, both require or will stand in your way unless you use a lure to get rid of them or to cause them to move.
Yeah, exactly. Convenient that Sybil has both of those things.
The 90s kicked ass, man. Very fond of the 90s, apparently. I can't say I really have a frame of reference. I was alive in the 90s, but not really,
Yeah.
not really aware of the 90s.
I was 7 years old at the end of the 90s, so I don't have a lot of awareness of them either.
Yeah.
None of that.
That one.
This.
Yeah.
That one.
Yeah, so here we're going to be fusing the final axe, one of the ultimate axes in the game. This is if it's called the Yokohaken, I think is how you pronounce that.
Goku, yeah, something like that. I don't know.
And it has the ability that occasionally your demons will just not use Magnetite when they cast abilities, which is incredible.
Yeah,
also,
very
it's
good.
just a really strong weapon, so...
It's got an attack power of 360.
Yeah, I think all of the ultimate weapons share that 360 attack value. It's an axe, so it makes use of it better. And there we go, there's our 40-40. I think we might have had 40-40.
Yeah, I had 40-40 already.
Mjolnir, but
ended up... It only gives one more strength, I think. Solution here.
Go on.
Yeah, so here you have to do a bunch of movements as Sibylle. For some reason, this hallway doesn't like humans, so you just move left and then right twice, and that unlocks the way to the hourglass. And if memory serves, 2040 is roughly where SMT1 takes place. Dogs of Yodagarasu! Or SMT1 takes place post-time skip. Can't remember if it's like 2035 or 2040.
Let's go.
Oh, he tried.
Laser! Yeah, he tried. Thankfully, the laser is not a one-shot anymore.
Oh, I should have held on to this until later.
Oh,
that's okay.
yeah. I guess it doesn't matter all that much because you can't really phase skip the second phase, or the second fight, but
it's not that big of a deal.
What?
I'll have the body of a...
I'll
have the body of a bird.
Ideally, we just kind of lock this guy down by I spam light attacks and my thoughts just destroy him like that.
yeah, and so now he's gonna be a pupper again. It is nice that you can cast Magnetize during this period of time where you can't really do much else.
Let's go.
Yeah, it's funny. That sounds like something that... why is that a surprise? You should be able to do that. Well, most of this game, you can't.
The game really
do
doesn't
stuff
like letting
that.
you do stuff like that, yeah. So it is actually a pleasant surprise that they let you do that.
Yeah, okay, my thoughts are just bullying the shit out of this guy. Depending on who has momentum in this fight, it can go one way or the other, but in this case, I definitely have it.
Yeah.
Unless he does that.
Yeah. It's like the one thing that this phase can do that's a little bit, like, spooky. And apparently he can spin for a lot of damage.
I have no idea what he hit me with.
Wow, that was... I think that was just a basic attack.
I usually only use one Raku on these fights because they're generally fine, but sometimes I get punished for that.
Round and round.
Now Sibylle learned her useless ability. Okay, you do twins before Asura. Cool.
Yeah, I don't think the order matters too much. It's just
Yeah,
convenient
it
to
was
grab some extra bar for this.
Right, I just wasn't sure what order you went in with that, so I was checking.
It's time.
They're strong. Stay alert.
Ophanium is such an interesting demon design, and then they decided to make the new Cherub design look almost exactly like Ophanium. Which is interesting. Alright, so now we have to fight the twins again. Similar approach as before, of just trying to get rid of one of them as quickly as possible, and then dealing with the nightmare that is the other one.
Yeah, exactly.
They are tankier, though, so you can't really skip the second of their wheel attacks, which almost is
You
a
can.
good thing. Oh, you can? Okay.
If you get lucky with damage, you can. I feel like he's almost dead.
Oh, yeah, you might even skip all of the... Oh, yeah.
No, not quite.
He's strong. This ain't
I've never skipped the first one before, but you're right, I did almost get it there.
Yeah.
Devil's Bane.
Well done.
Yeah, the Devil's Bane probably just, like, kills that one.
Yeah, it did.
I was almost wondering if it would have been worth it to, like, swap targets to the other one for the Devil's Bane to, like, get a lead on damage, but probably doesn't matter either way.
Yeah, I didn't even think of doing that.
I try to do that when I, like, can think about doing it during runs, but it's one of those things that's like, if it happens, if it happens, it happens, but if not, then it doesn't matter.
Let's go.
It just means a little bit less time spent fighting this fight, but, like, he didn't do anything once he got locked down anyway, so clearly it didn't matter.
You kind of see what I'm trying to do there with my strategy of just spamming light attacks and having my thoughts full lock down the bosses. When it works, it looks really good.
For sure.
Say you.
'Cause the thoughts generally don't have to worry about themselves because they just drain all magic, then resist fizz. They usually take, like, no damage.
Right. So coming up, we have another case file we do. This is technically the last case file in the game, though it's not the last one we'll be doing because the last one we'll be doing has a level requirement. We're going to do another SMT1 reference.
Yeah, fight the final boss of SMT1.
Yeah, if you warp here from the 90s, you end up in a dimensional rift in 1990X and end up fighting Asura, who's one of the final bosses of SMT1.
This guy can be kind of mean because he has a lot of attacks that can stun you. Like, he's gonna rush me right off the bat, and if I try to, like, not immediately dodge, that will hit me. Or just like that. And he can stun lock you to death, which is very cool. If he just decides to use that twice in a row.
Yeah, he's technically, like, super boss level strength, even though he's not. I don't think he's really one of the game's super bosses. But he hurts.
Gotta kind of keep moving. And then, ideally, I also want to just spam light attacks and let my thoughts bully him.
From getting bodied by the goblin in the SMT1 run, right? Like, this bind thing seems pretty strong.
He also has Marn Karn, which is really kind of a weird skill for him to have.
That is weird. That is actually very strange, yeah.
Alright, now he's in a corner, so now we should be able to bully him really good. Unless he just... Okay. Shoot.
Protect your demons. Defense is lacking.
Wow, my thought died. Okay, that's... Oh, this is very cool.
No, both of your monkeys.
This is bad. Okay.
Monkey, no.
I should use double Raku for this fight.
Thoth. Let's go.
He is bearing down on your monkey. Like pictures with threatening auras right there with him attacking Thoth there.
That's a very dumb lingering hitbox.
Yeah, that was unfortunate.
Fine, the game will make me use 2 Rakukages. I should just be doing that anyway.
Oh, yeah. I will be right back. I'm gonna have a quick fight to eat before the Strange Journey run, but I should be back by the Alice fight.
Let's go. Look out! Let's go.
Dude, pack is so huge. Alright, we should get him this time. There we go.
Your skills have improved, Raidou.
Go on.
And round.
Alright, one more refight left. Which is Mishiguji, of course.
Let's go.
Dude, press down. I will use the other Rakukaja.
Watch the enemy carefully.
Let's go.
This is lacking.
Jesus.
Let's go.
Hope this works.
Well done.
Alright, good enough. Okay, so refights are done. We'll just get set up for the last side quest.
Good.
21 minutes behind my split, so we're still on pace to make the estimate, but we're cutting it close. I use all my grimoires here. Got me to 60.
Good.
The rest of them gets me to 66.
Good.
Okay, so now we need to fuse Belial. The easiest way to do that is to confine Amada, who's conveniently right here.
With your face.
Good.
Alright, so now we have to leave the dungeon, which we can't just teleport out. Well, we can, but we have to go and talk to this guy. So let's use Belial first.
Welcome. What can I do for you, Kuzunoha? Too many demons.
Right. Doesn't matter how we fuse him.
You'll be able to pay, yes?
He just needs to be in the stock, doesn't matter what he has.
Keep. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Turn to the past. Okay, so we need to go and quickly recruit Nebrios. Welcome back.
Yeah, thankfully you can fast travel back to any dragon fount that you've interacted with, so we can just go right back to the end of the dungeon once we're done, which is nice. Don't have to run through everything.
I have to be careful not to throw Sybil at this demon because that will kill him. I need to recruit him.
Your face.
How about this?
Yeah. So now that we've recruited, or now that we've fused Belial, we also need to recruit his boyfriend Neburos so that we can reunite a family. It's really what this quest is about. Very wholesome thing, reuniting a family, and definitely not going to involve beating up their adopted daughter.
Of course not. So we have to go to a few different phone booths to make this happen. Summoner skills. First of which is here.
It is very funny seeing them like talk on the phone.
Yeah, it's a really weird way to do the quest. Next one is in Harmony.
Yeah, I know it's like a reference to some like bit of Japanese folklore or something. With like the little girl on the phone that's like a killer or whatever, but I don't remember the exact details of that.
The Alice fight is a bit of a mess. Alice is frail to physical, but trying to actually hit her with anything is kind of hard, and your thoughts love to just focus the other enemies.
Yeah, Alice likes to move around. She also has access to Mamu Duon, which is an insta-kill if it hits you, which
Yes.
is absolutely terrifying.
Here goes.
So she likes to throw out Petra as well to try to freeze you in place to make sure she can land her insta-kill attacks.
So
Yeah, along with Mara and Karin for a similar thing to just try to lock Raidou down so she can land an insta-kill. Yeah, that was a little sketchy.
yeah, so I'll actually don't mind my thoughts being away from where she is so they don't get Madooned. Once I get Spirit Slash, I'll try to bring other thoughts in.
Yeah, thankfully Alice doesn't have that much HP, despite the fact that she's, like, requires you to be a stupidly high level to do her quest. She's actually not that high of a level herself.
Yeah.
And so, like, once you get Spirit Slash, you can generally burst her down pretty quickly.
That landed perfect timing.
Oh, yeah. Perfect.
Yeah, that just finished
And
the
that's
fight.
Alice down.
Okay, that wasn't too bad. That can be a lot worse.
Yeah, you fuse her level 37. Like, it's actually a chore to fuse Alice and have her be good. Because of how low level she is. And she's, I believe, a pagan demon, and there's so many pagan demons that, like, you have to either downfuse her, like, 5 times or do some weird stuff to actually make her viable.
Okay, now I need to check all the case file menus to make sure they're all done, and they are. Okay.
Yeah, we just have that as a verification requirement for the run, just to make sure that someone didn't forget something.
What I did forget to do earlier, though, is buy Ox Bezoars, which are kind of helpful for the first phase of the final fight, so I should buy some of those. Here's that's enough.
Yeah, the final fight is kind of divided into 4 phases. The first phase is going to be a 1v1 of us versus Raidou the 40th, and she can dish out a lot of damage kind of quickly, and so having like some backup healing is really nice, especially because we don't have demons to heal us there.
Yeah.
Phase 2 is basically an enemy gauntlet where we fight a bunch of enemies, and then we are fighting against the Soulless God in its battleship form. Phase 3, we're fighting the Soulless God as a mech, and then Phase 4, we're fighting kind of a combination of Raidou the 40th and the Soulless God.
Time is not too far away. This boss fight is not that long.
Yeah, time will be after we defeat the final boss. There will be some dialogue, and then the screen will, like, fade to white, and then flash black, and on the black flashes when time is.
Let's get a Zeal first. Whoops.
Look out!
Goto is
So
really
what you really
useful.
want to see during this fight is you really want her to be doing those sword draw attacks with the prompt the Devil's Bane, because those allow you to do a lot of damage very, very quickly with zero fear of taking retaliation damage.
Look out!
So lots of these are good.
Yeah, if you struggle with this fight, listen for Goto saying, look out, that means you're about to get Devil's Bane.
Yeah, as soon as he says that, just start mashing the Devil's Bane button.
What's wrong, Raidou?
Look out!
Should finish it or close to, yeah, okay.
I believe Raidou the 40th is a woman.
Go!
I think there's a log either in this game or in 2 that mentions that the Raidou 40 is female.
Go!
So yeah, here during this phase we have three waves of enemies.
There's more.
We have some Urchasas, some Arahabakis, and then after that we'll deal with some Liliths. After the Liliths are gone, then the battleship Yasumagatsu, the soulless god, will submerge itself in the water and then re-emerge up on the shore by us, where we're free to wail on it. I believe you were able to one-cycle the boat, right?
Yeah, you can one-cycle it. I've actually never failed to one-cycle it, so hopefully that doesn't happen here. That would be a huge waste of time.
The one really obnoxious... Oh, yeah, that would take forever, because then you have to deal with all of the enemy waves again. The one really obnoxious thing that can happen, or that goes on with this fight, is that while we're fighting the enemy groups, the battleship is, like, firing on the platform, and those cannons can deal a lot of damage and are just very inconvenient. So we just really want to try to guide the cannons, because the cannons tend to bear down on Raidou. So trying to just guide the cannons to be away from things, which can be a little easier said than done sometimes. The machine gun fire from these guys is also pretty annoying, because it can just stun lock you out of your combos completely, and they fire just fast enough that it can be hard to get out a full heavy combo during their machine gun fire.
Hopefully that one gets off. That didn't get off.
Yeah, that was a little sketchy. I was gonna say, it's probably a good time to use one of the Somas, but...
Actually, yeah, it would be. Whatever.
Yeah, we got it, though. That's the battleship phase down. For whatever reason, between the battleship and this next phase, it is treated as a different fight, so we do need to reapply our buffs here. Also, I love this theme, by the way. It's so good. So we need to reapply our buffs really quick, and then once we have our buffs applied, we're going to Spirit Slash to try to break the arms. The fight ends when you break both of the arms, so ideally we do that as quickly as possible, and Spirit Slash does really good damage to both of the arms.
Yeah, exactly.
And then once both of the arms are dead, we'll be into the final phase, because this phase is probably the most obnoxious of the actual, like, fight. Since you can't lock down the arms at all, and they can do a lot of attacks that make them either invulnerable or that fill the screen with a lot of nonsense that you have to dodge or die. And so the sooner we can break the arms and get out of this phase, the better. Because, yeah, shit like that Soulless Beam attack is just absolutely devastating and really force you to...
everybody's stunned.
disengage from hell. Yeah, and once you break one of the arms, stuff like that Magatsu Crush is no longer available.
I've had that big crush attack killed both my Thoths before, which is very fun.
What's the meaning of it?
Actually, landing a heavy combo on the arm is pretty rare, so that's really nice.
Yeah, not gonna complain about that.
Laser!
Okay.
There we go. And now we're on to the final phase. The final phase is basically frail to everything, but has a pretty beefy shield. So we're just going to continuously wail on it to try to break the shield and just deal with it as soon as possible.
Yeah, this phase doesn't have that much health, so usually you can just trade hits until you win.
Yeah, and if nothing else, we do have the two Somas to toss, in case we just need some emergency healing.
Yeah, I forgot about that attack, though.
Yeah, that attack kind of hurts.
Have the
Yeah,
heal
Soma.
life, actually. Heal my whole
Oh, right,
party.
the Soma only heals Raidou, I forgot.
Look out!
Okay, there we go. If you can get it hit with weak, usually you're good.
Alright, time is coming up pretty soon, though, because this phase is almost gone, and then that'll be it. After some dialogue.
Too strong.
Time.
And time.
I made the sub 5. Nice.
Hey! Nice.
Wasn't a very good run, but whatever. It was good enough.
Yeah. GG's.
Thank you for the GGs.
And yeah, so we defeat Raidou the 40th. They die or go back to where they came from. One of the two. I don't know. And then
I
we
think it's
save
going
Kaya, and
back,
everything's good and happy in the world.
Yep.
Probably.
Until Raidou 2, anyway.
Yeah, until Raidou 2 happens, then, you know, things get a little less happy.
So anyone interested in trying this game, I'd say it's pretty good and give it a shot. I have a lot of fun with it. It's
yeah, and like we said, it's on sale right now, so definitely would recommend picking it up.
Where am I?
Yeah, any last...
I'll give shout-outs. Shout-outs to, of course, Sion, Frito, and John for hosting this event. Shout-outs to Really Really Longathon for letting us showcase this. Shout-outs to the whole SMT speedrunning community. Everyone's fantastic. It's a lot of fun hanging out with you guys and doing these runs.
So scary.
And
I
yeah, shoutouts to the other runners of this game. There's not very many. Mizushima runs this game, Frito runs this game.
Shoutouts to Poogle Racer for being the one to kind of come up with this category and make the initial route for it.
Thank you so
Yeah, shoutouts to them. And yeah, I guess that's everybody.
Yeah, stick around. We have one last run left in this marathon, and it should be a really good time.
Certainly should.